Ah, shit! My microphone was off. I didn't mean for that to be the case. I was talking this whole goddamn time. I was asking you if everything was alright. So here we are. Now I'll wait to see if it's alright, now that I've turned the goddamn fucking mic on. I've got some nice lemon tea to make sure my voice doesn't go out. Everything is alright, brilliant. So let's crack on, shall we? Can you get a brain cam? I'm sorry, no you can't. Although I am having a brain scan in January. Refund sunset, or you can just leave. Don't worry friend, it's alright. So let's get cracking. Unless you guys have anything to tell me. I feel very tired this morning. Probably because yesterday itself was a very tiring day. Genius observation. On top of that, I woke up far earlier than necessary. Why? After saying hi to Shizunene and Misha, I start doing the work as instructed from the board. It already looks like today is going to be heavy. Black metal cripple school. I don't have a problem with that now though. Shizunene and Misha might jump on me trying to get an answer about whether or not I've decided to join the student council, even if it's just one day. I wouldn't put it past them to try, and I don't have an answer for them if they do. So, this situation is convenient for me. Am I going to use my scan as the new flaming brain? Maybe, if it turns out my brain is on fire. Janok. About 10 minutes into class, Hanako Bacon Bits even, walks in and takes a seat, but no one looks at her. The teacher doesn't even comment on her lateness. This is privilege. I don't care that she's burnt to shit. If being burnt to shit means you can be late to class, it's better to be burnt to shit than to not get burns. I don't care. I don't care if she lost her family or if she lost her house. He does, however, stop us to say that we're going to break into groups again. Fucking collectivist teacher. I turn my head and see that Shizunene and Misha are looking at me. Shizunene gives me a smile that is equal parts cute and menacing. This is a smile that says, "We have you now. There is no escape." I'm not joining the student council. Simply not happening. Hik-chan, it looks like we're together again. Yay yay! Hey cripple fucker, says Sheldol. Hey Sheldol, how's it going? Misha leans sideways while Shizunene pushes her desk closer to mine. There really is no escape now. I thought it was just going to be my heart, but as they pinned my legs against the wall and cut off the blood flow, it was clear I was going to need an amputation. Unless I were to jump through the window. Do we get the choice to do that? I hope so. Jumping out the window isn't the best option, sadly, but we should be allowed to make a bad choice, really. This is fantasy, friends. We should be allowed to face danger. Silence from that smug deaf. What's wrong, Hik-chan? Silence again. Oh, Hik-chan, have you been thinking about what you said yesterday? You said that you would think about joining the student council, didn't you? Yeah, I thought about it and I thought, fucking no. It's okay, Hik-chan. We were talking about it after you left, and it would be rude to expect you to already have an answer for us this early, right? Right. I'm so happy you two are able to have a laugh at my expense, and even more pleased to know that you both know how crazy the two of you can be. They're crazy and they know it, girl. Now that that's over, Shizunene snaps back into serious mode and smacks today's ass with the back of her hand in an overly dramatic and important way. When I actually look at that stuff, it's mostly just reading, like this. In fact, there are only two problems. Shit-chan and Wario here. No Waluigi today. No, it's Wario. She said ha, not... When she says wah, that's when I'll do my Wario impression. That's how it works. Them's the breaks. Those are the rules. I almost want to say something about how her rush to get started seems a bit much, considering the small amount of work. In fact, Shizunene probably knows how little there is, and simply doesn't care. Two cripples, one harmful. MQ9 demo, brilliant. Yeah, it seems like the workload doesn't matter to her as much as the fact that there is work. The actual amount is unimportant. She approaches everything with the same level of ambition. Oh shit. Bacon bits creeping in on us. Rin is the best bacon, says Unassumption. No, there's only one bacon bit, since her. Just gonna have a sip. While I'm reading, I let my eyes wander around the room and catch Hanukkah trying her hand at solving the problems. It looks like she's working alone. Damn right! These people shouldn't be allowed to breed. And if you let them socialize, eventually someone will fall in love with them and they'll have kids. You can't allow that. Just put her alone in a closet, working on problems, mathematical problems. In fact, teach them mathematics wrong so that they can't even get a real job. I can't remember seeing her working with other people before. Thinking back to how shy she is, it's understandable. Hey, that girl over there. Huh? Who, Hikchan? Her, Hanukkah, over there. Does she always work alone? I think so, Hikchan. Do you feel sorry for her because she's alone? No, I was wondering if we could go bully. I was just thinking that maybe she could work with us or something. No. I don't think that would be a good idea, Hikchan. Why not? Shit-chan wouldn't get along with her. Make her invent and develop a new kind of math. Sabinal. Maybe we could. A more modern version of Vedic maths. Bacon shaming, says MQ9 demo. It's not shaming. Look, we're just bacon realists. Why? Misha shuffles around the question, letting out a laugh that sounds very strange. Wah! It's nervous. I've got to warm up my warrior laugh. Sorry, that wasn't great. But still has that lifting up and down quality present in everything she says. Just because, Hikchan. By now, Shizunene has noticed our conversation, and it makes me realize again how Misha has been signing everything she has been saying this whole time. Silence from the deafy. What, Shit-chan? The friend of my enemy is my enemy. That sounds so harsh. I'm not going to say that. You said it anyway. I know, Hikchan. It's fine if you overhear. I wonder if this is Misha's way of keeping things fair, since without her, I wouldn't be able to understand a thing Shizunene is saying, and vice versa. I'm gonna win! Yes, security tubs. That's the way to finish it properly. Is that also why she signs all the time? So there is never a conversation Shizunene will be left out of. That seems fair. To be honest. It'd be quite cool to have, like, sign language spies. I'm sure it's been done, in fact. I bet it has. Anyway, we should start on the problems now, Hikchan. By problem, she means that freak on the right. We're just gonna gang up on her. I'll take the legs. Maybe Misha should take the legs. She's pretty bulky. I'll take the torso. And Shizunene will get the oven ready. She's not finished. She obviously got out last time. That was the, that ticking was the timer on our, egg timer. We finish with time to spare, and I decide to ask if there are any alternatives to the cafeteria, as frankly, the food so far has been subpar. Fucking entitled. I bet Hiseo is a cis-white male, clearly. This sends Shizunene and Misha arguing among themselves about their favourite restaurants. All of them are downtown, so I don't think we have time to go all the way there. And what about the bill? Are they arguing just for the fun of it? Because, I mean, Patreon doesn't exist in this universe, I presume. You can't just make money for being pathetic. You see the Cripples? Where are the Bloods? When does the fighting start? Says anxiety descending. I think that's DLC. Maybe. They seem so distracted by it that they don't even notice the start of the actual lunch break. I look over my shoulder towards the back of the classroom. Ooh, let's shift that. Okay. You couldn't see what I was doing, but I had to do something. She seems to be studying her notes from the previous class. Oh great, so she's burnt and slow. It's an odd sight. Everyone else in the class is busying themselves with the lunch break. Socializing, gossiping, tugging their boyfriend off in the back so no one can see, the ones with actual boxed lunches mixed in. And chattering, like everyone else, only interrupted by short bouts of eating. Short bouts of eating. Again, no one talks like that. No one has ever said that before. Except you, heart attack boy, says Unassumption. Is she being bullied? I hope so. Is she isolating herself from the rest of the class on her own accord? I see her look over her shoulder toward the classroom's rear door. Come to think of it, she hasn't turned a page since I've started watching her. I guess she's waiting for someone. What to do? Right. We can talk with Hanukkah. We can read a book. Or we can wait for Shizunene and Wario to come to a decision. Well, surely the third one will happen anyway, regardless of what like, if I pick the first two, time still passes, so they'll have time to think. Bully. Ditch. Talk, you fuck, says Come On and Slam. 1. Talk, 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 talk. Put in oven. Read the book. Talk, bitch, says Come On and Slam again. We are going to choose one. We're going to go bully. I'm sorry, friends. I still feel bad for making her run away yesterday, so I'd better say something. Let me smell your face. Hey there, Hanukkah. I'm a bit worried that you're infected with the T-virus. Could I, just close your eyes. This will be fast. I borrowed my dad's pistol. Fuck. Is it? I won't do that again, I'm sorry. Well, at least she remembers my name. Can I eat your cornflakes, says Bent Press Chocola. That would be a fantastic pickup line. Hey, I just wanted to apologize for yesterday. I didn't mean to startle you or anything. She looks almost like a mecha. Like an assault mecha. There's something wrong with her shoulder. It's severely deformed. Is that a tumor inside of a shirt? You see where my mouse is? I'm just new here and thought I should get to know my classmates. As Hanukkah looks up at me, I notice her scarring once more and try to hold down my lunch. It's a little bewildering that you can barely notice it from across the room, but it's so noticeable from close up. That's okay. It was my fault. What, did you burn the house down? No, that wasn't anyone's fault. It just kind of happened. Look, I was the one who started the oven and put you in. I can't really blame you for trying to run out, even though you were on fire and burned the house down. So, are you waiting for someone? I saw you looking at the door before. She was probably waiting for Riri. Yes, Riri. Oh, you mean Riri the blind girl? I presume that's the name of the sequel to this. Hanukkah only nods in response, and I can't help but wonder if defining people through their disabilities is a faux pas of the worst kind, or just normal here. I guess that explains why Lily took off after her yesterday. She seems like a nice girl. Are you two friends? No, she's my master. Yes. As if hoping for Lily to appear, she checks over her shoulder again. What's the appeal of this game? Asks Maniac. I don't know. I've decided to immerse myself in degeneracy. We played Nekopara before. Well, we read Nekopara before. And now we're reading Katawa Shoujo. And then after this we have a visual novel called Bad End, all about dying. I think I'm making her nervous again. Maybe I should take my hand off her thigh. And the music goes quiet. It's serious. I hope I'm not disturbing you right now. Let's play a little game. It's called Fire Truck. When you say green light, I'll go and I'll move my hand up your thigh. When you say red light, I'll stop. But you see, fire trucks don't stop for red lights. No, that's not it. It's just easier if Lily doesn't come here. Oh, because it's hard to get around the classroom. Not really. Hanako's gaze drifts past my shoulder and towards Shizunene. Shizunene. Hanako nods again. What about her? Don't they get along? No one should get along with her, she's a freak. Hanako shakes her head. Clearly this is something she doesn't want to talk about. Let's push her for it. Give us an option to just bully the shit out of her about Shizunene. It does make a strange sort of sense. Shizunene and Riri not getting along so well. Communication between the two would be all but impossible. It's hard enough talking to Shizunene through Misha, even when you can see whose hands are talking. Hanako is so focused on Shizunene that I am the first to notice Riri at the door. And then Riri doesn't notice shit because she's blind. Oh, she's here now. She's scared as fuck. Hanako spins around to confirm this. Upon seeing Riri, she moves quickly to the door. It might not. Look, it might not be a really long visual novel. You never know what might happen. And we're only doing one path. Riri. Look at that freak face. She's like some kind of fish. Jeez. Hanako. Good morning. Is the president here? I wonder what Barack is going to look like in this game. Yes. Hanako glances over her shoulder at Shizunene again, as if to confirm she can't hear them even though that's impossible. I suppose we'd best be off then. Best Cripples says come on and slam. Riri is trash. Is this based on a true story? Yes, it is, Pink Atomic Flame. This is actually my autobiography. I'm sharing my story with you all. Lily's sigh and tone of what seems like frustration makes me raise an eyebrow. I was going to say raise an eye. I guess there's some kind of enmity between the two. Each route is probably what? 4 to 5 hours. Well, we've already put 3 hours into this. It's intriguing, but that's not really something I'd ask about. I'm sure if they wanted me to know, then they would tell me. I presume you mean 4 to 5 hours if you're not reading it aloud. I have a weird feeling it might be a bit shorter than that though, for some reason. It's only my 3rd day here. I should be trying to make friends, not finding out why people are enemies. No, you need to know why people are enemies, mate. Do you not understand high school? Pretty much the most important part. Still, it's a little funny to find out that this school has little feuds, just like my old high school. Angered Cripples. Even if people are more tolerant of others, they're still going to get on each other's nerves. Unless... Look, I'm just saying, I don't think Hanako has that many nerve endings left. I think they're all fried. She doesn't have any nerves for anyone to get on. I absolutely despise Hiseo, says Subnet 001. As do I. He's more beta than the most beta you could imagine. Hey Riri, how are things? I'm sorry I made you run off yesterday. Oh my, is that Hiseo? I didn't realize you were here. What is the etiquette around blind people? Wait, she's not fucking deaf, she should have known. It seems that Riri is a little embarrassed about being so frank in front of me. Sorry Riri, I thought you realized. No, it's alright Hanako. Hiseo, please don't worry about yesterday. It was just a misunderstanding. If you say so, I'm still working this place out. Well then, I think you'll find most people here a lot more forgiving than elsewhere. If you are feeling a little confused, please don't be afraid to ask questions. And will the game give us the opportunity to ask questions? I doubt it. Sure, I'll remember that, but never actually ask any questions. Riri? Riri gives a small nod of acknowledgement. I'm sorry, Hiseo, but we must be off. Hanako really doesn't look all that comfortable here right now, and Riri still seems a little embarrassed. I wonder if my apologies really made any impact. Mind if I accompany you too? I know I'm kinda pushing it, but... Lily quietly, still smiling. How big are your tits? Asks masked maniac man. I've never measured. It would be nice to ask, though. Nice to ask them. I'm sure that we could accommodate you, can't we, Hanukkah, even? She looks at Riri, then at me, and then she freezes, wide-eyed. Sure. Come with me if you want to read. I can't. Shit, I can't. I'm not allowed to do impressions, I can't. I just sound like a loud robot, no matter what voice I'm trying to do. Well then, shall we go? I'm sure Riri wouldn't do this so easily if she saw how scared Hanukkah looks, but it can't be helped now. You could say something, Beta. Declining after the deal is sealed would only cause confusion and problems. Here we go. Back to the painting. Can we romance the painting? It's more attractive than some of the girls. So we leave, all three together. You need to buy me the Arnold Schwarzenegger voice module. So we leave, all three together. We already read that. Riri walks beside the wall, letting her cane gently tap against it every now and then. Rebel as fuck, she's gonna eventually wear away all the paint. What the fuck impression was that, says BHD Red Baron 1. Look, I tried my best. Hanukkah comes along right beside her, so close that she is practically half hugging her as they go. This isn't Dark Souls, so no painting waifu. Yes, indeed. What's that? The Painted World of Ariamis? Is that what it is? It's something that sounds like that. And you get the Life Hunt Scythe from the shit you get from using the soul of the thing you kill. I don't remember. Although it must make her walking that much harder, Riri takes it in stride. Why do I have to throw acid in girls' faces, says Orphe. You didn't see anything. I did that off-stream. As we turn around the corner of the hallway, something hits me in the chest with the force of a steam train. Hanukkah shrieks a little, and my vision briefly goes black. We're fucked. Is this the bad end? Did we get shanked? Look at this loser. Opening my eyes, I see a pair of saucer-like green eyes looking up at me. Is increasing. Oh shit. Liz Reptile. Thank you very much. Liz Reptile says, happy whatever the fuck you do around the holidays. I do all sorts of stuff, mostly eating Christmas food. Thank you very much, Liz. She ain't got no feet. She ain't got no legs. If we date this girl, we're going for the dregs. Best I could do on the spot. Right. This looks silly. They belong to the perpetrator. A short girl who bumped into me and has now fallen down onto the hallway floor. Let's have a little drink. Holy shit! Were you born in a minefield? Asks Subnet 001. That would be a brilliant pickup line. I bet a girl with no legs would be into that line. She'd love it. She wears a physical education uniform and a very worried frown. The former strikes me as a rather strange thing to have on during a lunch break. Why? More striking than that, though, is that she doesn't have legs. Well, she does, doesn't she? Above the knee. Or she does, but they are not flesh and bone. Her pale and very much flesh and bone thighs end in shins and feet made of some black metallic or plastic-like material. You could just say she has a prosthesis or whatever. They look disturbingly artificial and unnatural. It almost makes me forget that my chest is hurting. Oh, Lily, your deformed legs are so cute. Lily? No, I don't... Who is this? Anyway, oh your deformed legs make me forget my heart attack. Fucking chat. The girl winces a little, rubs her stumps and jumps up. Oh man. Hey, are you alright? I'm sorry about that, really. No, it's pronounced Riri, her name. I wasn't looking where I was going, and you just came out of nowhere. Sorry. I came out of nowhere and then you slipped on it. She's looking really apologetic, in the hurt puppy way of looking apologetic. I quickly forget about being angry or anything, since hurt puppies are my weak spot. Right. We had cat girls, now we're having a girl who is like a dog, canis gendered, a gender like a small dog. It's okay, don't worry about it. Ouch. I presume we're gonna have a heart attack, so that was my sound effect. Yep, there we go. The chest burster's coming. We're about to be a father. I say that, but there's a stinging pain growing in my chest, and I know that this is about the biggest possible danger for my condition. Don't overexert yourself. Don't forget your medication. And most of all, don't get hit in the chest. Yeah, I know, they don't really look like gym shorts, do they? Is she wearing a diaper? It looks like that. Oh god. We're done for. She doesn't seem too bothered. Fucking help me. It seems normal. No, it fucking doesn't. Having red vision pop up and a pumping feeling. Are we going the Lieutenant Dan route? She's lost her sea legs. Hey, should I get a nurse? What do you fucking think? The worried high-pitched voice of the girl snaps me out of it. Great, so... having a heart attack? Just have someone shriek at you. I stare at her for a few seconds dumbfounded, until I realised that I probably looked worse off than I really was, doubled over myself and looking all tense, taking a country dump in the middle of the hallway. Damn, I'm overly worried about my heart. Nurse, no need. Let's play doctor, says MQ9 demo. No need. I'm fine. Managing to say something in response, I pull myself upright, feeling my sore ribs one last time, and take a deep breath. She just knocked the wind out of me, big time, but it's nothing more than that. You sure you're okay? I hit you pretty hard. Well, just let me hit that in return, girl. It's okay, I said it was fine, and nothing's broken. No harm done. How can you be overly worried about a fucking heart attack? I tend to think the same. Come on and slam. That's good. I was... Oh, you're done now. Hiseo, what happened? She's not quite up to speed for obvious reasons, but she sounds very worried. More than what the situation deserves, really. Someone just bumped into me. Nothing serious, just winded. Sorry, it's my fault. I was just going to get some stuff, and I was in a kind of hurry. She's got one of those faces where she squeals like, yeah! You know, that kind of noise that anime girls make. That someone here is Emmy, isn't it? Emmy the klutz. Then I'd walk. She's trying to cripple walk before she's trying to cripple walk before she could cripple crawl. Once you lose your legs, you have to start from the beginning again. The little girl coughs quietly and shuffles her plastic or metallic feet, looking down at them before saying anything. Hi, Lily. Hanukkah. I guess the girls know each other. Of course they do. Do please try to be more careful. You might be sturdy enough to endure these sorts of accidents, but there are people who aren't. We have enacted a safe space policy, thank you. You're only allowed to go maximum 2 miles per hour in the holes. The girl blushes and starts to fidget nervously, like a little child caught misbehaving even. Fuck, it's fucking Stephanie. It's so cute I find myself smiling. No I don't, I'm disgusted. She's wearing a diaper and she's acting like a child. I know that. I was just hungry. Riri. I need my bitty. I gotta go. Teacher will have my head. I promised to help with printouts, but I went running instead. Sorry, but I've got to change and everything. Cobalt Cat says, don't run super fast with your robot legs, bitch. Of course, that's a good rule for life, if you have robot legs. Before any of us can say a thing, Emmy has already bolted away, leaving the hallway eerily quiet. Why was it so loud before? Was she like tap dancing on her metal stumps? Is there a way to bang without increasing your heart rate? Your pussy, Stinks says. I don't know. Maybe if they're like really... unattractive and we just let them go on top? I don't know. Does that kind of thing happen often around here? Oh, they're getting close, guys. How much money do you think it would take to make them kiss? There are more rules in Yamaku than usual for running in corridors. How many rules are there normally anyway? Normally just don't run. But that rarely stops Emmy, it seems. She's a menace. She shakes her head weakly and offers a slight, composed smile. I don't think there's anything we can do to stop her, I'm afraid. Shall we be off then? What's the point of having the rules then? She could have fucking killed me. Riri heads off along the hallway, and Hanuka hurries after her. The route to the room the two of us use for tea is fairly simple to retrace, being still fresh in my mind from yesterday. Riri and Hanuka quickly go about the business of making lunch. Before I can even open my small bag of food, Riri's busying herself with her thermos and tea bags as Hanuka is setting out both their lunch boxes. So, is this what you meant by coming here almost every day? Yes, Hanuka and I usually have lunch here. It suits both of us, so we ended up using this room regularly. Tea time, indeed. After seeing Hanuka's reactions to me over the past couple of days, I can understand why that is a boon. That, and Riri being able to get some quiet away from her class as well. I take my seat last, after Riri's poured the tea for us and sits down. The more I spend time with these two girls, the more I think they're a perfect foil to Misha and Shizunene. Even without a voice, Shizunene is direct and brash. What if Misha's just lying to us? Do we even know that Wario freak is telling the truth? What if Shizunene is totally retarded and deaf, and Misha just abuses her? They're having some tea, but so am I. Why is the blind girl pouring the tea? She puts her fingers in it, it adds to the flavour. We learned that the first stream. So, how are you faring in Yamaku, Hiseo? You seem a bit flustered before. Apart from getting lost every now and again, and being crash-tackled outside my classroom. Fine, I guess. What a soppy prick. And is that a pimple-ass thing? Is that... or is that on my screen? No. He's got something wrong with his face. For a brief moment, I consider telling Hanuka and Lily about my condition, but then I hold it back. Hold back the chest burster. They'd never survive it. I can't tell... yeah, I'm cosplaying Cobalt Cat. I'm actually dressed up as Lily right now. I've got my eyes closed and everything. I can't tell why, but for some reason I feel uncomfortable talking about it to these relative strangers, even if they have been pretty friendly. Yeah, it's nothing. I was just a bit startled. Yeah, that's his disability, being slightly startled. Judging from the two girls' expressions, I don't think that they're buying it. Yeah, they're not buying that my disability is being slightly startled. But in what I assume is their way of respecting my privacy, they don't press the matter. Suddenly heart attack and die, said Red Baron. No wait, says Hannah. I guess that is one of the unwritten rules around here. Don't ask, don't tell. Even if people's conditions are obvious, like Hanuka's, there's still bound to be a story involved. I don't really care, just bully her. If we bully her into suicide, no one needs to know her story. Solved. Everyone has things that they don't feel comfortable speaking about. I don't. And I think everyone here recognizes that. So, how long have you been in this school? You both seem to know your way around pretty well. Well, I've been here since the start of high school, but only moved into the dormitories a year ago. Hanuka joined at the start of high school as well, and moved to the dormitories when she did, if memory serves me right. Wait, being burned isn't a disability? What the fuck? It looks like she's got some kind of, extreme social anxiety. I suppose that counts as a disability, doesn't it? Maybe. Let's have a sip of tea. Every time there's an ellipsis, have a sip of tea. That's our drinking game. So you've known each other since then? Since I moved, yes. Hanuka lives next door to me, so it's only natural, right? I know a few things that are only natural when girls live next door in a dormitory, as well. Right. Yeah, of course. Living next to someone is probably reason enough to befriend them, though I'm guessing that Riri's blindness played a part in it as well. Yeah, because who would be friends if you could see her face? I can't imagine Hanuka easily making friends with someone who has to deliberately avoid looking at her scars. With the immediate conversation dried up, we started to eat lunch. Time passed. We can tell because there was a clock noise. It isn't long before the bells are signaling the end of the break. Like me, the girls pack up their lunches as efficiently as they set them out. Why? How efficiently can you pack up lunch or take it out? What did they have? Were they eating a puzzle? I guess I'd better be off. Are you going to go with Hiseo, Hanuka? Hanuka looks up at me, and for a second I can see that she is considering skipping class. Maybe just to avoid walking to the classroom with me. Bitch. Jesus. What's wrong with me? Yes. I don't even have any scars. She should be grateful that I'm going to freak her out and then bully her. I don't know what to think of it. Hanuka really is delicate to the point of breaking, if looked at in the wrong way. It makes me a bit nervous too, but I push the feeling aside, trying to be as natural as I can. We should hurry then. Class has already started by the sounds of it. Riri gives a nod of farewell as she bends down to take her cane. Hanuka and I filing out before her. I'm looking at my monitor on an angle. I'm not having brain problems right now. We walk quickly down the empty halls to our respective classes. As we reach the door to Lily's 3-2 classroom, she turns towards me. Hiseo, thank you for sharing lunch with us today. My pleasure, Riri. And with that, we part ways, Riri entering her classroom and leaving Hanuka and me to make off to our own. I almost said make out. She's still looking like she wants to run away. So, do you really want to go back to class now? Yes. Okay then. Harmful Opinions has brain cancer confirmed, Sheldon. Maybe I do. I'm having an MRI in January because I do have, problems. So it's like a just-in-case thing, but maybe, who knows? Could be something wrong. But there probably isn't, though. I'm not worried. I feel like I should say something more to her, but it's hard to come up with anything that would be appropriate and safe enough. Cripples School for Shitlords. MRA scan. Yes, that joke's been made more than once. Hanuka's disability is stuttering. It is a disability. You can actually get a disability parking permit for a stutter. Maybe you can't. I think that was actually in a joke, in a sketch, on a sketch show. And Riri was right. The more time we spend out here, the more explaining we have to do. Safe space, the school. I open the rear door to her ass and walk in. That wasn't even fucking funny in the slightest. I'm sorry, chat. That's not funny. I shouldn't even laugh at it. The teacher looks up at me and opens his mouth to say something. However, as Hanuka follows me in and closes the door, he simply nods to us and continues his lecture. Is weeaboo a disability? Asks Tricky Hades. It's not a disability, it's like a different way of being, but an inferior way of being. This is the third time that Hanuka has had her truancy practically ignored. There's definitely something going on here. Yeah, she's got, social anxiety or something, obviously. Wendigo19 says, Teacher, why did you enter that arse? She's often late, because they just live inside of her people. Students just ride around inside of Hanuka's ass. It slows her down terribly, and makes her uncomfortable around other people. We make our way to our seats, and I notice that Misha and Shizanene are both missing as well. I wonder if it's some form of informal agreement with the staff, or if it's a perk afforded to the unique students of this school. A perk afforded to people who have the shit burnt out of them. Trying to make as little disturbance as I can, I extract the relevant textbooks from my bag and start catching up. Extract the relevant textbooks. I talk like a robot, but these people write like robots. The class goes on quietly. The teacher seems like an okay person, despite the weird first impression I got, and the material is relatively interesting. Well, he is Mewtwo. Do you have any idea how many hours the head teacher had to wait with Smash Bros left on in order to get Mewtwo to work at his school? There's a good joke. Relevant in about an hour and 20 minutes. However, the way he teaches is really bizarre. It's as if he expects that everyone is a natural genius. Janok says, I'm about to extract my dick from my pants. Hey baby, after you extract some books, how about I extract my dick? When the final bell sounds, I realize that there is still a lot of time left in the day, and I'm left wondering what to do. It's odd. At the hospital I had 24 hours a day of free time, but here filling the considerably shorter hours feels difficult. Everyone else leaves, and I'm left alone with the teacher. Mewtwo is examining the assignment sheets we were working on earlier, marking them with a red ball pen. Raising his eyes from his papers briefly, he notices me and furrows his brow. What is it, Nakai? I jump at him addressing me, but I guess it's natural to spark some conversation since there's nobody else around. Nothing. Thinking about what I'd do after school. The teacher slowly puts the cap on the pen he is holding and arranges his papers into a stack, clacking it against the desk twice. He seems very methodical, and for a brief moment I'm reminded of Shizunene, but the teacher is more unhurried and relaxed, much more routined. I'm not gonna die. Jeez. It's straight up, I was winding you up. It's probably nothing. You have no plans? Unacceptable. No, I consider joining a club, but don't know what kind of club would interest me. Go observe a meeting of someone else's club. Might pique your interest. I guess. But I don't know how to continue from there. Mewtwo looks at me in a way that makes me quickly want to take the words back to avoid a conversation. But I can't, so I have to forge ahead. I just don't know how to deal with people, I mean, the other students, because they're not people because they have disabilities. I'm talking to people and everything, so it's not that I'd be isolated or anything. I just don't know what to think about the disabilities. Is that the name of the band? When they get together and form a band, they call it the Disabilities. It's like, it feels that I'm being impolite if I pay attention to them, and it's weird to ignore them. Gonna turn the music a bit or two. Yes, this track is a lot louder than the other shit. How is that? That's very fucking quiet. Let's see what I can do for you. How's that? Hang on, wait. Yeah, I just read that. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. The Disabilities World Tour 2016. Yes, Frederick. The teacher scratches his cheek absent-mindedly, looking very unresponsive. When you say unresponsive, that's like a medical term, isn't it? Like, you poke him and you like zap him and nothing comes out of it. These are things are only an issue if you make them one. Yeah, did you know that Emmy not having legs is only a problem because people notice it? You can talk normally with someone, even if they are blind or something. I love this advice. Can someone just, like, attribute that to a famous person and post it on Twitter as a caption, like, you can talk normally with someone, even if they are blind or something. Mohandas Gandhi. Try to look behind the superficial. Do the impossible. There's not a single student here who isn't just a normal kid behind whatever they might seem at first glance. He says the same thing as Yuko did. I know they're right, but it's hard. How can you not consider, for example, Shizunene's deafness, when the only way to communicate with her is to talk through Misha, and she might be lying? Or Hanuka, it's not like you can ignore her face. True though. But... shit. Oh god. It's the student union. They've realised they're being politically incorrect. And that was the one morbidly obese leg slamming down in fury at my microaggression. Teacher. Misha crashes in, hand straight in an enthusiastic greeting even, her voice loud and lively enough to wake the dead from their graves. She starts toward the teacher's desk with her bouncing step, hands energetically swinging with the rhythm. Active shooter, says masked maniac man. Mewtwo, visibly dismayed at the interruption, and Misha in general, slumps in his chair. Mikado. Misha stops in her tracks and looks round cluelessly, as usual, as if she's sensing from his tone that something's wrong, but has no idea what. What's up, Lars? How's it going? Yes? We have talked about volume control before. Yes. But she doesn't lower her voice at all, and the teacher just rubs his eyes. Maybe if you rub your eyes, she'll sound quieter. So, what is it? We need help. We are running out of supplies for the festival stands. Oh, there's a festival. Guaranteed to get laid. If there's a festival, you cannot not get laid. She waves a pink slip of paper she's holding around. So, go get more supplies from the art room. What's the problem with that? Plywood. Plywood is always the problem. Last time we wanted more, there was only a little, but that time we just took it all and went with that. Now there's like none left there, so do you know where there is someone? I don't understand. How would I know, says Mewtwo. Pink slip, yes, missing no leader. Push B. I would if I could. In February, we're going to be pressing P some more. Nekopara Volume 2 comes out in February. How would he know, he asks. Shit-chan. I mean, the president thought that a teacher would know if there's plywood. Was she wrong? Mewtwo looks like he's in great pain, frowning with his entire essence, and Misha doesn't get it at all. Looking at the two of them communicate is terrible, like looking at a man being tortured by drilling his skull open while blasting pop music at full volume at the same time. Lovely simile there. I'm afraid I have no idea if there is any plywood in the school, let alone where it would be if there was any. Aww, what should I do? Perhaps try to find Mr. Nomiya. I'm quite sure he would know where to find everything you need. Why are the Cripples taking my plywood, says the Zern. Well, some of them don't have legs and can't afford prosthetics, so just nail some wood on. You'd have to pry them from his cold dead hands, but that's a different matter. I don't have time. We are so busy. She holds her head with both of her hands, looking as despairing as it's possible for a person like her. Without even noticing, she crumples the note she's holding against her hair. Well, Misha, if you're looking for some wood, I could get some up for you. Anyway, let's carry on. I shouldn't even be fetching these things. There is so much to do, and we are falling behind the schedule. Yes, Yerpa, that's the joke. Mewtwo looks at her gravely, and then suddenly smiles. Smiling doesn't really fit his face. I think it'd be better if he didn't. Enforcing gender roles, geez. I wonder if you could get some temporary help. No, fuck off! Fuck off, am I helping her? He switches to staring at me focusedly, with a hard expression, as if trying to say, go make some friends. Get fucked, Mewtwo. I guess I can give you a hand. Beta cuck, leave. You can. Thanks, Ikchan, you are really nice. She pauses, does a double take, and then points at me with her finger, yelping, "Ah!" and looking very puzzled. Come to think of it, what's Hick-chan doing here? Class is over, you should be having fun. I was about to have fun with the teacher. Oh man, we just had a little chat. You saw nothing, Misha. No one will believe you. Oh no, it's not detention, is it? Are you in trouble, Hick-chan? Only if he's got something he's carrying. No, I'm not. Is Hick-chan in trouble, teacher? You fucking rat! Just trust me, why did she even ask me if she wasn't going to believe me? No, he's not. But his grades are going to be significantly higher after that. Mewtwo sighs deeply, and I feel that I have to help Misha to get her off the teacher's back. So what do you need? Here's a list. I can try to find the plywood from somewhere if there's none in the art room. She offers me the note she's holding. I take it, hesitating a bit. I said I'd help you, but this has no implications on whether I'm joining the council or not. Thank fuck. Oh, she needs a dicking, says Cobalt Cat. They all do. They can all be cured by medical dicking. So this is a new story. We're not trying to find romance. We have to decide which of these girls we're going to cure with a medical dicking. We can give only one. Still, thanks Hick-chan. Try to be quick. We are in a stall building streak now. We must hurry, hurry, hurry. She bounces out of the classroom, leaving me and the teacher looking at each other with something that feels like a silent agreement. Bitches be crazy. Well, there you have it, Nakai. You have something to do now. Or someone to do. Please don't sound so smug. Come on, say it, you beta. Say it out loud. Looking at the list with the number of items ranging from paint to plywood, all written with small neat handwriting that is undoubtedly Shizunene's, I heave a sigh. What's Drillhair's disability? I think it's brain problems. I'll be going then. Waving the long list limply at the teacher, I exit to the hallway. The classrooms closest to ours are designated belonging to classes 3-1 and 3-2 on the right side, and 3-4 on the left side, each door looking exactly the same. Further down the corridor, still with identical doors, are rooms that I didn't think were used for classes. I guess the art room is not a classroom as such. I carefully push open the furthest door and peek in. It's a classroom, but it seems rather badly kept or not in use. Am I in the right place? Well, if you're looking for the art room, they always look like this. They always look like a trash heap. Yeah, wave my long list limply. He seems a bit camp there. Desks and chairs are all around the room. A thin layer of dust settled on them. There are some easels in the corner, so at least this looks like the right place. The room is flushed in sunlight from the big windows, shadows creeping all over the desks. Specks of dust are dancing in the stagnant air, making the beams of light almost visible. Jokingly, I call into the empty room. Nosferatu, Satanicus Luciferum. Anybody ho? Something catches my eye, and I stop mid-sentence. Fucking freak. We're not dating her, chat. Do you know how much bacteria she's getting on that little chunk of potato? Sitting on a desk is a short-haired girl, curiously wearing a boy's uniform, with a fork between her toes, and a morsel of food stuck firmly on the end. Date her, says Dark Ace. No way! This odd way of dining seems to be caused by her apparent lack of hands. Her apparent lack of hands. As if it's like, maybe she does have hands. Maybe they're hidden somewhere. Maybe they're like on her back. Maybe these aren't titties. Maybe they're just fingers sticking out of her chest. But her presence here is what takes me aback even more. Harmful, you are gonna get a foot job and you're gonna like it, says Trigger Hades. Chat really likes her, eh? Is this chat's best girl? Tell me, chat. Is this your best girl? Yes or no? How did I miss her before? She's sitting in a corner very still, but I still somehow took her as a part of the furnishing, or a statue at first glance. No bacon tits, no trash girl, no, 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 no. Right, it looks like... it looks like actually chat isn't that into her. I'm not being too observant today as a whole. The girl seems to be frozen in place, staring at me with her huge eyes like a rabbit in headlights. They all have huge fucking eyes. She's staring at me, her mouth wide open, ready to accept the fork. I'm staring at her, my mouth wide open, suddenly remembering I didn't finish my sentence and trying to think if I should. This weird stalemate keeps us both stunned into silence, punctuated only by the wall clock ticking rhythmically. Hello. The girl stuffed the forkful in her mouth and is now staring at me expectantly while chewing. This is a bit awkward. Hello. I was told to pick up some supplies from here, for some festival stalls I think. I didn't think there would be someone here. There isn't. That's why I came here too. She picks up another forkful. Doesn't that mean you are here then? She raises her eyebrows. If she was suspecting my observation was false. You are pretty observant. I guess it does. But who are you? The girl is pretty straightforward, isn't she? I'm Nakai, Hiseo Nakai. I just transferred in on Monday. I'm Rin. Tezuka Rin. Rin Tezuka. I won't shake hands with you, but at least we know who we are now. That's very nice. Her deadpan manner of talking makes it hard to determine whether she's joking about shaking hands or not. It kind of bothers me. Joking about these matters doesn't feel appropriate at all. Let's tone police the cripple. Let's tell the girl with no arms that she can't joke about not having arms. It's inappropriate. You look at that smug fucking face you have, Niggle Menine says. I hate her. I hate her already. I hate all of these girls. I don't want any of them. Well, I'm trying to figure what's appropriate and whether this girl is. She seems to have lost interest in me, and is now gazing yearningly back at her food. Tell her to clap, yeah. Can I continue my lunch? If you don't mind me, I won't mind you. If you need to get your stuff, the supplies are at the back. Go right ahead, but lunch? School's already over for the day. It takes her all day to eat lunch, does it? What word would you use then? There is no word for a meal you eat after lunch before dinner, right? It bothers me very much too, but I don't really know what I should say. I don't think you are supposed to eat a meal between lunch and dinner to begin with. What are you, a hobbit? But I'm hungry now, and my delicious boxed lunch would go to waste otherwise. I have curry. It's very delicious. With much decisiveness, Rin once again picks up the fork between her toes, and with at least as much bacteria, she points it straight at me. So, Nakai, what brings you to this place? Like I said, I was told to look for these things. No, the school. From outside you look fine. Is your problem inside? Are you suggesting I have erectile dysfunction? I come to a full stop, opening my mouth but not getting a word out. I can guess. I'm good at guessing. Better than most people. Rin cuts me off before I can answer her question. Or skirt around it somehow. I don't know which I would have done. I froze in front of this issue again. I haven't even told anyone here about my condition. Or maybe it's because it hasn't really come up. What if we're actually the affirmative action? Student, we're there because we're not crippled. To help balance this out. I do get the feeling that not making issues of this is a part of the social code here, as the teacher said. I wonder if the people here could relate. Probably not any better than any normal person could. I can't relate to Shizunene's circumstances or Riri's early. Early either. What the fuck am I saying, chat? Help me. Naturally, while I go through this in my head, Rin keeps considering what my condition could be, with an overtly contemplative look on her face. She puts her fork between her lips, which ones, and leans back, looking at the ceiling as if the answer was written up there. A beam of light illuminates her face from the window side, creating a mask of dark shadow on the other side. I don't think it's anything in your head, and something in your guts will be boringly ordinary, like this lunch of mine, and less delicious. The problem must be in your pants, I fucking told you. This messed up Sherlock Holmes kind of statement, and the sheer lack of tact it was delivered with, catches me completely off guard. I think I might have reeled back even physically, as Rin's eyes widened in revelation and astonishment. So I was right. There's something wrong with your tackle, isn't there? Still partially in shock, but recognizing the need to reply something, I spit out the first thing that I can think of. No, nothing like that. I have a heart problem. Arrhythmia. So my penis is still fine and the normal size, but the blood flow just means it doesn't get full-mast, ever. Silence. I said it. More like blurted it out, but I said it. The girl in front of me purses her lips together and glowers at me, looking very disappointed. How boring. Trouble in the pants would have been much more scandalous. What's with this reaction? I'm sorry to let you down. I forgive you. Just, I collect people, and a person with, you know, that kind of problem would have been really great. Collect people. Dead Human Collection by Cannibal Corpse. People with different problems. So you just, like, go around asking people what's wrong with them? That's basically what I do on my channel, actually. Pretty much. I see. Silence. With little left to say, Rin resumes her lunch and the conversation dies away, but I keep thinking about what was said. I haven't let her down yet, says Mr. Enclave. I'm going to try to. It's the first time I told anyone else about my condition. All the other people have either known about it already, or heard about it from someone else. Yeah, exactly, Yerpa. Or didn't need to know about it, like every other student here so far. Should I have told it as a natural part of introductions? Is it expected of me? Cripple norms. Hi, I'm Hiseo. I have a very serious heart condition. Let me tell you about this neat trick. Heart surgeons hate him. Is that how I'm supposed to go around introducing myself from now on? Hi, I'm Heart Boy. As if our disabilities would define us. What a disgusting thought. He's obviously not into social justice then. Or maybe this Tezuka girl just has an unnatural interest in such things. As I walk to the back of the room to pick up the items on Misha's list, a chance opens to study Rin from the corner of my eye. Her hair is a burnt auburn, almost orange and cropped short. Long hair would probably be impossible with no arms. The boy's uniform and the lack of arms make her look very thin, almost scrawny. And she is not particularly pretty, except for her murky green eyes which flicker restlessly from below her short bangs, even when she eats. The distance and the shadows make it seem like they don't reflect sunlight at all, but instead absorb all of it within them, like deep wells. She moves her feet almost as deftly as a normal person would use their arms. However, I can see how this sight could discomfort people, especially while eating. It makes me feel a bit uncomfortable at least. She can't fight back. That's true. That is a benefit. I hesitate to think about the word unnatural, but it's too late now, isn't it? Hiseo is going to have to go back home and mind kill later. I keep searching the cabins and shelves of Misha's things, but after enough time passes, the silence grows too uncomfortable, so I try to force some conversation out of this strange girl. So, do you always eat alone this late, or do you get the occasional visitor? How would you arrest her? Would you put handcuffs on her legs? Asks Bentress Chocola. Maybe. That'd work, or just bind them with rope and throw her over your shoulder. Visitors. Maybe you are my first occasional visitor, but I don't always eat alone either. Sometimes, I eat with a certain person on the roof, if she's not horsing around. Horsing? She likes to do sports. Oh. And that's all I can think of to say, because he's slow as fuck. Both of us fall silent again, as Rin forks the last bits of her meal to her mouth. P. Hannah, P doesn't work in this game, sadly. I look down at my hole and double check it with Misha's list. It seems I have everything except plywood. So, I think I have all the things now. That's very nice for you. Don't feel obliged to stay. I was about to take a nap anyway. You need to do whatever you are going to do with that stuff anyway, right? Or perhaps you like to watch girls sleeping. Maybe. None of your business really, though. I prefer to watch boys, says Hiseo. I'm not sure what to make of this, but Rin looks serious. Even if I did, I think I have to be going. I'll catch you around, Tezuka. You can call me Rin. I feel that our relationship is at this point good enough to warrant this much. I was already turning to make my exit, but she draws me back in. Fine, then I'm Hiseo. Call me Heart Boy. Why isn't she in the oven yet? Asks Collars5. I don't know. I think we're building one for the festival that she could fit into. Then you are. Wait. Chat, you fucking liars. P doesn't do anything in this game. Chop your legs off too, just for a laugh. It's okay, I'll cut your legs off, but it's just a prank, bro. Her arms are in the oven, I see. Rin looks at me hard in the eyes, but that intimidating feeling you get when someone stares at you isn't there. It's like she's actually not looking at me at all. She blinks a couple of times, and I can't figure out why a pause like this just popped between us out of nowhere. It just came out of nowhere, it's not my fault. See you later, Hiseo. There is something like a tiny smile there in her face. Maybe. I quietly back out of the room. As I shut the door in front of my face, I whisper to myself, what an intriguing person. No one fucking does that. That doesn't happen. It's not a thing that people do. From inside, I hear a muffled sing-song voice. I heard that. Fuck off, freak. What did she hear? I jump at the sudden appearance of Misha, who I had not heard approaching despite the completely empty hallway, so she can sneak when she wants to. Somehow she had gotten to jumping distance of me without making a sound. Creepy. Indeed, creepy. Did you know that Misha's actually a 52-year-old man? It briefly reminds me of Kenji's nutty theory about a global feminist conspiracy, but I push that thought aside. Oh shit, Chan's here as well. Can't we get a break? Shizanene, standing slightly behind Misha, looks aloof as she couldn't have heard the remark that drew Misha's attention, but Misha is visibly excited. No wait, more importantly, who is in there? There's no club meetings today. Are we gonna have to gas them? Tell me. She tries to curiously peek past me, even though the door prevents her from seeing anyway. What are you doing here? You took so long that we had to come check what's wrong. That's no good, Hick-chan. She wags her finger at me scoldingly. I found plywood, but everything else is still missing because you are tardy. No, Misha, I think you are tardy, actually. Oh, sorry. I got the things here. Was just going to bring them. I think you were out to some mischief, Hick-chan. Who's in there with you, I wonder? Misha signs something quickly to Shizanene, pointing at her own ear a couple times. Shizanene immediately pushes her way past me and opens the door into the classroom I just left. They're going to see a sleeping girl with no arms so she couldn't defend herself, and I'm going to get blamed. Is this about campus rape statistics? I can only imagine the shock she's experiencing. With Shizanene's diligence and attitude, the insolence of daring to deface school property by sleeping on top of it must be too much to bear. And indeed, she stares at Rin, frozen in place apart from the slight but noticeable trembling of her shoulders From suppressed rage, I'm sure. Instead of blowing up, Shizunene just takes a few deep breaths, adjusts her glasses, and slams the door shut, turning to sign furiously at Misha. Maybe she did blow up, but I can't understand it. How do deaf people scream if they do? Wait, hang on. I thought deaf people could make noises with their throat, they just sound really dumb when they do it. Isn't that how it works? She could still scream, couldn't she? She shoots a very loaded stare at me too, as if it was somehow my fault that Rin is sleeping on one of the tables. You think I wore her out, eh? I hope she's not getting any funny ideas about the reason of my tardiness. Hello. Rin's voice comes from the other side of the door, and it takes a few eye blinks to realize she might have trouble opening it. I open the door to find Rin directly behind it, looking at us with a half-interested, half-sleepy face. Mute people can't talk. No, Lars, is she mute though? Or is she just deaf? Here we go. Hello. Yeah, there are deaf people that can talk. There definitely are. But I'm just wondering if all it's saying is that she's just deaf. Or does it say both? Or what? Can deaf people communicate by screaming Morse code? Asks on assumption. I've seen 2 dead people fighting, says Janok. That's very interesting. One fine day in the middle of the night, 2 dead robbers got up to fight. Back to back they faced each other, drew their swords, and shot each other. Something like that. Mr. Zuka, what do you think you were doing? You absolutely are not permitted to use school property for such, disgraceful activity. It sure is suddenly very crowded in here. I didn't know I was this popular. It's hard to say whether she's happy or unhappy by this turn of events. At any rate, she ignores Shizunene/Misha's scolding, so they have no choice but to drop the issue even. Shizunene taps Misha's shoulder, points at Rin and makes some quick signs. Sleeping is a disgrace, says the zone in chat. Indeed. Threesome, says the Forever Dopey. This would be a foursome. Unless you're thinking we shouldn't be involved or you want to exclude one of them. Popularity aside, please don't do that anymore. Silence from Deafy. Anyway, how is your project going? Will it be done for the festival? Rin looks at them blankly, apparently at ease under the pressure Shizunene's cold stare is putting on her. I keep wondering about that myself too. Fuck off, Armless, says your pet's ghost. And we'll think about it harder. As Misha signs a reply to Shizunene, her face turns into an unsatisfied frown. Well, we'll have to do something about that, babe, won't we? Silence. Mr. Zuka, please try to take this seriously. It'll be a disaster if the wall looks like someone threw up their lunch onto it. Okay. Rin nods assertively. We'll think more seriously. Misha actually giggles at that, but Shizunene doesn't, not even after translation. She just shakes her head, takes the materials from me, and takes off with Misha in tow. Rin frowns thoughtfully as she looks after the retreating student council duo. How rude. It's true though, I must finish my project before the weekend. There will be dire consequences if I don't. Into the fucking oven. Make the picture, draw a painting, and it better be better than that shit at the end of the hole, or into the oven you go. The end of the world as we know it. Like weekends usually are, but more dire. Much more dire. Holy shit, is that supposed to be Van Gogh's self-portrait? I think so, Airflow. It doesn't look right though, does it? Maybe I'll postpone my nap. To unforeseen future. Yeah, Colas, that will be my new name. I'm about to ask what project she has, and what are these apocalyptic consequences, but she walks back into the art classroom, and I can't follow her. Since you have nothing to do, would you give me a hand? Yeah, you need 2 of them, don't you? This paint can doesn't fit into my bag, but I need it. She kicks lightly at a huge can of paint that's lying on the floor next to the table she was sitting and sleeping on. It lets out a dull clang. Being the gentleman that I am, I naturally pick it up. Heavy. Yeah, sure. Where'd you need to take it? Ah, fuck. Don't worry about that. That was just my headphones falling down. Away. And with that, she takes off to the hallway, and the paint can following since there's little choice for either of us. The hallway is quiet and empty now with Shizunene and Misha gone. So we two leave towards the stairwell at the other end. I dropped the paint. Yes, I did. That's exactly what happened. Don't drop the paint. Remember when you're in art prison, don't drop the paint. Right. Every 10 or 15 or 20 steps, I have to change the can from one hand to another because the thin handle cuts into my palm. At least it keeps my arms from tiring too fast. Rin strolls on beside me with an uneven pace that I have trouble matching. Or maybe I'm walking weird because of the extra weight. It seems one of us is constantly walking too slow or too fast, and I can't figure out which. 2 flights of stairs below, Trumbull appears in the form of the head nurse and his fox-like grin. It's time to check your temperature. Ah, Mr. Nakai, what a happy coincidence. Tezuka too, of course. He nods courteously to Rin, who does not acknowledge him back, then turns to me, because obviously it's me who he had some business with. Pedantic Porpoise asks, have you banged any broken bitches yet? I think we're getting there, friend. Soon. Where's the porno music? Moraxian, it's just come on. There is something I forgot to mention on Monday. I nod and wait impassively, because I can't even begin to guess what he forgot. The feeling of the handle delving deeper into my ass doesn't make me feel enthusiastic about this interruption either. It's about your medications. Since you haven't been that long on your current medications, there might be some unexpected side effects, like small heart attacks when people bump into me perhaps, which might require adjusting dosages or even changing to another kind of medication. So we will do a few tests regularly, but what I'd want is for you to keep an eye on everything in your condition that feels off, if you get what I mean. What is he suggesting? Rin's gonna take this and she's gonna say, ah, so you do have a problem in your pants. Nausea, headache, anything. And come see me if something happens. Alright. So how are you? Everything fine? I give up and drop the can to the floor before answering him. Apparently this takes longer than my biceps can handle. Increase to 3 servings of bleach each day, says the Zern. That would solve everything. We wouldn't be sick anymore, but we also wouldn't be alive. I'm about to say something generic as an answer, but then I realize how often I've done that lately. Yeah, for the whole fucking game. It is rather generic, isn't it? And they speak like aliens. Other people have asked me that too. Teachers and students here, my parents, visitors, nurses, doctors at the hospital. Everyone seems to be concerned about that. It's natural for a hospital, not so much for a school. Except this school. This is a small school, and both the student base and the faculty seem to be very tightly knit. At least that's the feeling I'm getting. And this is not the kind of school that gets transfer students too often. The thought sends shivers up my spine, but I give a generic answer anyway, because that's all the writers can handle. Silence. That's great. Also, one other thing. My sources tell me that you've been at neither the school track nor even the pool, so I'd like to know if you've taken up exercising as I asked. Oh, we're busted, mate. We're busted. Of course I haven't, but his way of inquiring gives me the feeling that I should have been running my ass off on the track since the very first day. You have people spying on me. Only in your bedroom. Not as such, I just happen to know a few people. But that's not the issue here, so don't try to slip out of it. Well, I was actually just doing some improvised weightlifting, as an exercise. I pick up and lift the can, up and down a few times like some sad imitation of a bodybuilder, even though it's weighing down on my arms painfully. The stupid grin disappears from its face for a second, then comes back like it was never gone. Shizuka, would you give us a second? The nurse grabs me by the shoulder without waiting for Rin's permission, which he didn't need in the first place, and drags me aside. I'd like you to get my permission though, mate. I don't like the music's gone. When the music's off, no one can hear you scream, little boy. When I told you to exercise, I wasn't joking. I'm gonna make you exercise. What the fuck is wrong with his face? That is some Brock from Pokemon-ass shit. Is he gonna turn a frying pan into a drying pan? I understand that you are still on your first week and all, but please don't ignore the importance of this. The reason I'm coming down this hard on you is that habits are not easy to form. The more you slip and postpone, the harder it'll be. Your resistance only makes me harder. It's the same with everything, like dieting. Can you promise to be more serious about this from now on? Fucking no, but I'll say maybe. What do you think, chat? Maybe or yes? Are we going to get buff? Are we going to be a buff cripple? Or are we going to be a non-committal cripple? What do you think? Maybe. Maybe. Yes, maybe, maybe, maybe. It seems like maybe is winning. We're going to go with maybe then. There you go, chat. Maybe, no. I mean... He gives me a nasty sort of look when I say that, making me try to take back the word. I mean, I don't know. I'm still trying to get used to the school. I'll promise to try, though. You're not being very convincing there, Hiseo. Tip number 1. Medical professionals are not amused if you take their advice lightly. What's up with him? As if a day or two would make that much of a difference. I didn't do anything at the hospital either. Yeah, okay. Sorry. He studies me for a moment and then shrugs, smiling again. You will regret this, says Rekkonen. Okay, that's more like it. If you go to the school track tomorrow morning, you'll meet my spy. It's that chick without legs, isn't it? Who probably has no qualms offering consultation to you if you want to jog a bit. Consultation? See you around. Weird winky guy wearing blusher. He leaves with a wave of his hand and no answer, and I walk to Rin, who has been waiting, idly leaning against the hallway wall and staring at the pale lighting fixtures in the ceiling. Even when I approach, she doesn't move her eyes off them. Are you getting medications for your heart thingy? Were you listening? It comes out more accusatory than I intended, accidentally lashing out on her. Fuck me, mate, that's gross. That's different to lashing out at someone. But even so, I don't really want to start talking about it. I just met her. I don't know her. It's not her business. The nurse seems to be happily ignorant about confidentiality too, talking about that kind of thing in public. But it's not Rin's fault, is it? I look up at her, suddenly feeling a bit guilty, but Rin is just staring past my shoulder quizzically, her head tilted like a turd. Sigh. I should have just gone, but I do that sometimes anyway. I don't know why this is so hard for me. It feels like there is some inexplicable lock that prevents me from being more upfront about this. Our brother, Hiseo's into chastity. Yeah, they're from my heart. Will they make you better? No, not really. They just make me a little less worse. Rin keeps looking at me for a while longer, as he neither says anything further, nor displays any kind of emotion I could discern. I'm thankful she doesn't. I think I'm still not quite used to all this. At the hospital it was easy, but I still haven't sorted my feelings about having to live a normal life with this disability. Look, it's not a poop joke, it's just adding spice to the vocabulary. We leave the main building, and Rin leads us onwards toward the dorm. We stop at the small patch of greenery in front of the dorm building. Wait, I've not done that yet, but I've already chosen to go with Hanukkah/Lily earlier. Did I? Did I really? Hang on. The dorm is built on a slightly elevated ground, with a wall and a few trees that everyone has to circle around every time they come or go. It's probably the only inconvenient design in the school. The entire wall, made of the same kind of bricks as the building itself, has been covered with some sort of painting. Most of it is still mere sketches, quick lines drawn with black and white against the grey plastering that covers almost the entire length of the wall, but some places look a bit more finished. There are human faces, see, I didn't say feces, and legs and hands. I can't quite say what the paintings as a whole might portray. Stacks of what seem to be paint cans are arranged. Seem to be. Why not just say stacks of paint cans? Why say, she seems to not have arms? She clearly doesn't have fucking arms, otherwise she wouldn't be eating curry with her feet. Stacks of what seem to be paint cans are arranged in piles on the ground, beside the wall. See, the left side is hardly off the ground yet. Political statement there. Harmful go with no arms, not likely, trickier Hades. It's because I couldn't get in the mood yesterday, so I gave up and went to meditate instead. Then it was suddenly morning. Yeah, that's called going to sleep, mate. I have to work on it, but the guys from art class are helping with the negative spaces and base surfaces whenever, which is a problem. It's easier to paint big areas if there are a lot of people with hands. The reach is better, and it's faster too. She goes on a tangent of a tangent, waving a little with her arm, or whatever of it there actually is, to demonstrate even though I got the point already. The white cotton of her sleeve flaps around, and it makes me think it could look sadder than it does. But it makes me feel out of place, like almost every tangible reminder of the student base's special properties has in the past few days. Negative space? I want safe spaces, says Cobalt Cat. This girl doesn't know just my dreary feelings, of course, or the fact that she lost me a while ago already, and just keeps on blabbering, just like in real life. So that's why I'm trying to figure out if there is something I need to figure out, and then figure that out before it's too late and all hope is lost. Why would the hope be lost? Because paint has to be painted, and then it has to dry, and then it has to be painted over with another kind of paint. It takes time. She finally stops, apparently thinking she made some kind of a statement that makes sense. I think it's best to start from the top. So, this is your project. You did this. Yes. Yes. All of it. Yes. I don't believe you. Stumpy. Nice, but I stumble with my words, suddenly feeling like I've walked straight into the minefield of political incorrectness. It's happening. It's fucking happening, chat. It's okay. You can say it. I probably won't get mad. We're gonna get expelled. We're gonna have our lives ruined. I blush really hard. I don't really know what would be the right thing to say, if any. It feels that I'm way more sensitive than Rin is, though. This is really awkward. Don't you want to ask? It's a fucking trap, Hizeo, don't ask. Just sneeze or something and say, sorry, I didn't mean to say anything. The feminist conspiracies were real, Chewy Center, you're right, get me out of here. How do you paint without hands? We've seen her eat. We know how she fucking paints. She uses her mouth or her feet. Probably, yeah. And probably with a mouth as well, I bet. See, I'm an easy person to talk to, right? With my feet. I almost guessed that already. But isn't that hard to do? You're good at guessing. Anyway, I don't think it is. But maybe I'm used to it by now. I can't get my mind around the fact that she could be an artist. It could be something else too. But seeing how adept she was using her feet to eat, I figure painting might not be a problem either. Gas the bike, street race now. Ooh. Neither of us has anything more to add to the subject. The afternoon light works pretty well. I was afraid it would look too flat, but it's not like that after all. I think it's actually pretty interesting. I wanted to see what it looked like in dim light. Do you think it's flat? No, dear, you clearly aren't. Yeah, well, paintings tend to be flat. Not like that flat, you know, flat. Like some people are. No substance, no meat where there should be some. I know of you girls who... Okay, I get it, but I couldn't really tell. I'm not that good with art. I can't name many artists or artistic terms. So I don't really have anything to say. Well, you've been saying a hell of a lot about stuff you have nothing to say about, mate. Rin shrugs her shoulders at that, saying, "Suit yourself," without saying it, and looks up the sky as if trying to look for something up there. Ever since anime was invented, God left us. She's not going to see anything. I didn't think I'd get any actual work done, but if you give me a hand with the paints, I could do a little work before it's too dark. I wanted to get a halogen lamp like the ones they have at the sports track, but there aren't any. Rin sure is quick to recruit my help, as was Shizunene. It really makes me feel that the festival is such a big project that every pair of hands is needed, and Rin doesn't even give one. "Is that her painting there?" asked your pet's ghost. "It is indeed." "Why not? I'm not really sure if I can be of any help, though." "It's just mixing some paints. You can do that. Probably. Do you have motor control problems, like, you know, those people who have some? Cerebral palsy, maybe. Not that I know of." "I get it. Heart thingy has nothing to do with that." "Tell her my opinion of how she is wasting her life. I would if I could, Biargis, but I can't." "She gives me a sly look for no reason." "No, it doesn't." "Let's do it then. That's a bit forward." So she sits on an empty wooden box and very naturally picks up a wide brush between the toes of her bare right foot. I open a few of the cans and pour some of the contents into shallow bowls for mixing. The thick paint flows lazily from the can to the bowl, like syrup. Or paint, even. Is this Fallout 5? Yes, it is. It's clearly a dystopian hell. I mix them, creating funny, hypnotic-looking swirl patterns that melt quickly into each other to form a new monotone hue. Oh dear, what did I just click? Oh no, it's alright. Rin sets to work, every now and then asking me for a hand with something or the other. Silence. Finding different brushes is easy enough, but mixing the paints to be the exact tone this girl is apparently seeing in her head is a frustrating ordeal. She wants precision down to the last millimeter before she is satisfied, but her instructions are obscure at best. Oh shit, we've done loads. This was just a black outline before. Add half a splash of green. I crouch down to pick up the can of bright green. The other green. This green. I carefully pour some of the other green paint into the mixing bowl. No, that's almost a whole splash. More white. Is green a good colour to add? No idea, you're the artist here. A hint of smile appears in the corners of her mouth. Do you lack an opinion? No, I just think it would be too harmful. No, it's just that I have no idea. It's okay, because I just got an idea. Add more white. Rin, you're into adding loads of white. Is this a Stormfront painting? With this exclamation, I pour a minuscule amount of white into the bowl and mix it. It looks slightly whiter. That's not good. It has to be like the color when you wake up and you know that you saw the meaning of life in your dream, but can't remember it. Maybe it's yellow. We need to get away from this chick. She seems a bit detached. Despite the impossibility of mixing a color, like the change of seasons or any other nonsense that's being imposed on me, I found myself enjoying it more than I thought I would. You know who talks like this? Yeah, Lars says, "God so pretentious." Michael Jackson. After Michael Jackson lost his shit, you can see videos of him giving instructions to his band, and he'll say stuff like, No, play it more like you're getting out of bed in the morning and stretching your arms. And the band's just like, what the fuck are you talking about, Michael? But then they play it exactly the same and he goes, yeah, like that. This person's mental, like Michael Jackson mental. My. Seeing a painting being born on the plastered wall feels like magic. Where's the fucking paint gone? I spend the moments I have between mixing paints crouching down on the paving and just looking at her work. It feels slightly intrusive at first, like breaking some imaginary intimacy, but Rin doesn't seem to mind the least bit. Maybe it's just in my head. We've caught the madness. Her entire presence emits a completely different air as she patiently works the details, adding layers of paint on top of other layers of paint, steadily moving her foot across the wall to add new shapes. When I manage to produce a passable mixture of paint, the rare smile on her face is oddly rewarding. Which route are we going? I don't know, as SXE68. We're just going to go with the flow, I think. Your chat is kill. Try refreshing if you can. Apart from the few words when discussing paint mixes, neither of us says a word for the longest time. And even those short discussions soon evolve into a shorthand, both of us developing and using weird impromptu code words for various paints and hues. As if there was some need to conserve words and breath and sound. Ooh, it's getting darker. No one will see us now. We stay there late into the evening until it becomes too dark to paint properly. Hey baby, you want some fuck? On to the next day, we've made it, mates. I can't get Emmy. I bet I would have needed to say yes about the exercise, right? Oh shit! That was kind of clever. Like, you remember when Rin was saying that feeling when you're just waking up and you try to remember that you've seen the meaning of life, and she goes, what colour is it? Maybe it's yellow. Shit, we just got up and look, everything's yellow. The sound of an alarm pulls me out of a fitful slumber and into the unpleasant state of wakefulness. I linger under the blanket for a few minutes, gathering energy to rise up or making excuses as for why I already haven't. Maybe Rin's psychic. Honestly, I wouldn't mind staying here for all day. School is surprisingly exhausting after a long pause, and the culture shock still has not faded, I think. Still, despite getting an impression that skipping class is easy here, I don't think they are going to let me get away that easily. And the nurse is bound to keep breathing down my neck with the talk of exercising as well. Rin knows where I live. She's been stalking us. So eventually I do rise up, swallow the morning's medications, and put on my old soccer clothing. Thanks to my condition, I was exempted from taking part in gym classes at Yamaku, so I didn't get issued with a gym outfit. I'd ordered some to cover such a pardon me, I'm gonna have a sip of water, one sec. Death by snoo. You and Rin are meant for each other, says Dead Space. I don't think so. I'd order some to cover such a contingency, but wearing my old soccer clothes is kind of nostalgic. Back in the days when my heart wasn't broken. I can't use them for that anymore, so maybe they can get a new life this way, a bit like me. Seems a bit stupid to me, really. But I suppose this way, at least, I can tell the nurse honestly that I'm doing something about my health. Dick Shitterson, thank you. Dick Shitterson writes, white power, white power, white power, white power, white power. Signed, Harmful Opinions. Thank you for that, friend. Not that I was ever much of a runner to begin with. Can't hurt to try, I guess. Yes, it can. We have heart problems. We could die. Here we are. I'm surprised to discover that I'm not the only one present at the track. Not just that, but it's a face I've seen before. The prosthetic-legged girl who bowled me over in the hallway yesterday is running on the track lithely, Like a half-mechanical gazelle. What a freak. What was her name again? It was a short one, but I can't remember. I can remember it was fucking Emmy. Your heart's got problems, not your memory. She seems to be running laps at a somewhat easy lope, her prosthetic legs clacking rhythmically on the hard track surface. I wonder what reason she has for running this early in the morning. Maybe it's something akin to mine, and the nurse is oppressing the poor girl to jog, just like he is oppressing me. Holy fuck, for real? We are playing an SJW. First he's freaked out about political correctness, and now the teachers are oppressing him. I certainly wouldn't be here if it weren't for my health, and his prompting me to do so. Grab those prosthetic thighs. She doesn't have prosthetic thighs, she has legit thighs, doesn't she? And even with things being like they are, it's only because I wanted to get it out of the way early. The fact that I would be less likely to encounter someone who had witnessed my pitiful attempts to get in shape was merely a happy accident. I'd leave, but it seems that my former assailant noticed me on her last lap. Maybe Emmy's an otherkin. Maybe she believes she's a gazelle. Who do you even actually want to fuck? Asks Ray for Win. None of them, to be honest. She waves at me cheerfully and jogs over. Good morning. Your name is Isaiah, right? Right, and you need to change your diaper. I swear it's got like a bump in it now. She grins, seemingly pleased that she'd remembered my name. You may not remember me. Emmy, I knocked you over in the hall yesterday. I'll fucking kill you, thanks for reminding me. How could I forget such a blunt introduction? It's a trap, I see. Emmy has the decency to look vaguely apologetic for a moment before giggling. Heart attacks. Hilarious. Yeah, sorry about that. Again. Well, so long as you don't make a habit of it, I suppose I'll be fine. Great. I'm not sure she realized I was joking. So the spy consultant the nurse was talking about, is that actually you? That's right, I'm a spy. Oh. I was expecting someone from the nursing staff, to be honest. They're always showing up in my bedroom. Wait, are you saying I don't look like I could be a spy? No, milady, of course you could be a spy. This is more like a relief. I was afraid you would have someone to watch my every move. Unless you are here to do exactly that. No, I'm here for my own reasons. The nurse just asked me if I'd seen a messy-haired transfer student who looks like he's kinda lost around the track. Well, she hasn't. We haven't been around here. So why are you down here? Emmy strikes a dramatic pose. Not really though, does she? Training. For what? Track. Ah, I see. You're on the track team then. She's the captain, obviously. Emmy nods enthusiastically. Yep, I'm one of the better runners too. And modest about it too. Hey, you should join up. Fucking no, we'll die. It's good exercise, you know. Is it? Who would have thought that running around on a track is good exercise? Thanks for telling me. I think that much activity is probably out of the question for me. Nah, I'm not even sure I really like running all that much. Plus, I'm just not into organised sports, you know. It's too mainstream. It's true, I never even really got that much into soccer. Tiddlywinks for me. I mean, I'd run around with my friends and all, but that was really the only reason I ever played. It wasn't for the glory to be found on the field, that's for sure. Emmy seems to understand my meaning. Harmful make better choices, says Opal Dragon. We haven't had that many choices to make. Stream is kill. Emmy seems to understand my meaning. Is it dead? Stream is live, refresh, people say. I see. Not into that whole organisation thing. Is it alright? Chat, tell me it's alright. There's a route lock decision coming up. If you go for it, you get locked into Emmy's route. Not kill. Users are kill. Right, so it's users dying. But now that you're here, I guess we're going to run together, huh? Right, okay. Thanks, chat. What? Sure, I guess. Emmy seems pleased. Are you going to warm up? Real men don't warm up. There's toxic masculinity. He's not going to warm up because he's going to show that he's a man. Because he doesn't want to be seen as not a man, and it's going to kill him. Oh no, you should always warm up. Bad Hiseo. Ah. She scolds me enthusiastically, but then smiles and leans closer. I hate warming up too. She laughs suddenly. Heck, and I don't even have to stretch my legs, because you don't have any in it. I just pressed P and it worked, wow. As if to confirm her statement, she bounces up and down a couple of times, giving a passing impression of standing on a pair of springs, or prosthetic legs even. Her leg blades, see? What is this, fucking Bayonetta? Her leg blades seem to be quite elastic. That sounds brutal as fuck. Let's go. So we both take off around the track. Oh shit, thank you Mr. Enclave. Mr. Enclave writes, FEV in the water will cleanse the cripples and the necomutants better than any oven. God bless the Enclave. Forced evolution virus, I believe that is, isn't it? From Fallout. You're correct. I'll start again. So we both take off around the track, and I can immediately see that she wasn't lying about being good at running. Emmy moves fluidly, throwing herself into the run with a sort of wild abandon. We're going so fast we're even standing still. I find myself concentrating more on running properly. Frankly, dear, I don't give a damn if there's any particular form for running, but I can't help but feel like I'm doing it wrong somehow. I feel awkward in comparison to Emmy, who never seems to break stride. I don't think I want to do this anymore. I'm really not feeling up to more than a couple of laps today, and slow to a walk pretty quickly. Is there going to be a dun-dun? Emmy keeps running and doesn't seem to notice I've stopped until she passes me a second time. She quickly skids to a halt, breathing steadily in contrast to my own somewhat gasping demeanour. Whoa, finished already? I hang my head ruefully. Yeah. I'm not in very good shape right now. Emmy nods and then grins at me again. She seems to do a lot of smiling. Well, the important thing is you started, right? Not even you fucking tried. Not even you got to the end. It's, you started. Do I get a fucking medal? Next time, you just have to try to hold out longer, and then longer and longer, and eventually you'll be great, and we can shoot a scene. I'll keep that in mind. But I think right now I'm going to go get ready for class. Shouldn't you? Emmy shrugs unconcernedly. Nah, I've got plenty of time. I notice that she's not wearing a watch. Are you sure? Another careless shrug. Not really, but I've got to finish my routine. See you later, Hiseo. Yeah. See ya. Off she goes. Apart from feeling more tired than before, I don't think I accomplished anything today. I'm so out of shape it's embarrassing. The whole thing might have been a waste of time. I'll find some other way. I head back to the dorms to wash and change into my uniform, trying to resist the urge to take a really long and hot shower. I'm tired from all the running, so I just want to unwind, but I don't want to break my slowly building routine of getting to school before the morning rush. Probably good, we don't want people to slam into us. Is Harry Potter going to be here? After taking a long shower anyway, I dry myself off and get out of the stall to put on my clothes. Oh shit, chat! Is there going to be a minigame where we have to hold on to the soap? Out of nowhere, a shadow appears within the mist, looming and radiating malicious intent. It bursts through the fog. Of course there's a leaf. Sup? What are you doing here? What the hell? You scared me! What's your problem? I should be asking you that. I've been looking for you all over the place, man. What do you mean all over the place? This is the Sargon Potter romance option. I want to ask if he's been looking for me like that, stark naked, but hold my tongue back. I finally realize I'm still naked too, and quickly hold up my shirt in front of me. But Kenji doesn't seem to notice a thing. It's the porn scene we've been waiting for, says the Zern. Yes, here we go. His glasses are fogged up, but then why doesn't he wipe them off? Is his vision so bad it's like he's perpetually seeing through fog? You know, your room and... yeah, that's it. Hey, I mean... I still had to get up though. Whatever, it's not important. Can I borrow some money? He puts on an innocent face and looks away, trying very hard to look very casual. It doesn't work. He's transparent as his window pane-sized glasses, but we just said they weren't transparent, they were all fogged up and hard to see through. And extremely thick. Talking neutrally like this, wearing nothing, feels awkward. So I started jacking him off, to break the tension. Actually, somehow it's even more awkward to be naked in front of someone when they can't see me being naked. Say nothing of the fact that he's naked as well. I try to brush the feeling off, with little success. Money? Sure. Compliment him on his penis, you fool, says chat. There's no option. Did I miss it? Awesome. Wait, why do you need it? Boner pills. Just a permanent erection to beat off feminists with. Can't you just give it to me because I had the goodwill not to run through your pockets while you were in the shower? I could have, but I exercised restraint. And in the end, isn't it the thought that counts? Come on, be a pal. This makes no sense. If it's the thought that counts, I should withhold payment, since his thoughts were so clearly impure, and his intentions are probably even more sinister since he can't tell me what they are. I say as much to him. I'm offended, man. But if that is your game, then fine. I guess I have no choice. I want to order a pizza, and I already have most of the cost of the pizza. I needed your help for the rest. I get some of that pizza too, right? He's going to say no. No. Are you serious? Yeah, I would give you some, but you have class. You don't have time to eat a pizza. Fuck off. What about you? I'm not going to class. I have to wait for the pizza and pay the guy, and then eat it. It's not easy. You have to obtain the pizza stealthily. If you don't, everyone will see you and the pizza, and they will ask for a slice. It's a hard world out there under my leaf. Everyone wants a piece. Then you're left pizzaless in an unforgiving world. It's happened before. That's how I know. Every day, I plan my vengeance, so that when the people who wronged me order a pizza, I will be there, ever vigilant. Kenji strikes a dramatic pose, completely without irony. But yeah, I only need like 400 yen, please. You're my only hope. I can't go outside and buy my own pizza, it's too far. I try not to go out unless it's absolutely necessary. Let me tell you what happened the last time I went out without carefully planning it out in advance. I was outside. I can't remember what I was doing. Something. Standing. Maybe wondering how I got there. Metal Gear Kenji, Pizza Walker. I like that Chuke 008. And then, out of nowhere, it happened. The feminists, he's gonna say. Like a flash of lightning, splitting the sky. Like how you split a sandwich into 2 equal pieces to make it more manageable to hold and eat. A bird crapped on my head. It was the second most shocking moment of my life. What was the first? He ignores me and keeps going. I want to grab him and shake him. Is he just trying to keep momentum? I'll go with that, even if it's more likely he just didn't hear me. It was like in the openings to some kind of anime, disgusting show. You know how there is always a part where the main dude is fighting his rival, and they fly at each other and clash swords, and there's like big dramatic coloured auras and zoom. It was like that, but with poo. Okay. So yeah, I need some money. Please. Don't leave me hanging, man. I only need like 1,000 yen, but you said 400. Okay. What? I'll pay you back, I swear. You better. That's what it means to borrow stuff. I don't know when I'll be able to pay you back. You have 1 week. Kenji winces and makes noise like a dying cow. I think I did a good job in that case. A particularly disturbing fact, given that his baton is conducting freely. Time for a sip. Yeah, chat. You're not supposed to be so tight-assed about my conducting rod between brothers in arms, man. Men have it bad enough as it is. Did you know that male porn stars only make about half of what female porn stars make? That doesn't mean anything unless you're a porn star. So maybe I am a porn star, or could be. I just got a camcorder, Hizeo. Wanna break into the industry? On the side, struggling to make ends meet as I fight the feminist agenda, and you can't even spot me your crumbs, you bastard. Nobody understands. Nobody. Kenji went on to create Patreon. Wouldn't feminists be against pornography in the first place? This feminist agenda stuff again. This stuff is important. I can see that you don't give a shit, but this is serious here. Feminists are a dangerous enemy, make no mistake. You take them lightly, and you'll wake up in the morning with a knife in your back. Bam! Out of nowhere. How do you wake up in the morning if someone stabbed you in your sleep? Women are terrible at stabbing things. Is this young Milo? I thought you just said you don't take them lightly before he got the eye surgery to not need glasses. Well, I mean, don't take them lightly for the big things. Individually, they're not a threat. But if there was some kind of war, like a big war, with men on one side and the feminist forces on the other side, it would be pretty ugly. And that day will come, when the feminists come out of their central top-secret worldwide feminist headquarters and say, "It's on now, motherfuckers." You're being ridiculous. There's no big worldwide feminist headquarters building, except for the UN, of course. Where would they even hide that? I mean, it'd have to be massive. You couldn't hide that on Earth. Someone would notice a big fortress with women only in it. Who said it was on Earth? I turned away from Kenji and started practicing faces in a mirror so that I can figure out what kind of frown will best express my emotions. He can't see me from this distance anyway. This is real, asks Liz Reptile. Yes, it is. Which, unfortunately, means that he just keeps on ranting without any regard to sense or sensibility. This game is problematic. Look at all these conflations. Yes, chat. Yeah, there is a war going on. A war not many know about, but it's a great one that will one day boil over and encompass all of the known world. Then, we will have to pick sides. We will have to make a stand. In fact, it's happening right now. Imagine it. The bloody battlefield, 1,000 periods flowing free. A vicious conflict without end. I almost gave up when I thought this cause was silly, when I grew tired of the bleakness of our fight, when I mistook the time the power went out for a feminist raid and thought the end was near. But then I realized that if I gave up, it would all be over, and I was like, whoa, and knew I had to get serious, because I am the last sane man in an insane world. It's about duty. Must be a pretty crappy movement if it all hinges on one naked guy ranting in a bathroom at another naked guy. MRAs. So can I have the money? He's blocking the way out. It's getting cold because I'm still naked and I want to go to class, so I agree to spot him the money. Awesome, thanks dude. We should go bowling later on. Bowling? Yeah, it's the ultimate sport. There are almost no women bowlers either, making it also the manliest sport. It's also, bowling balls are also like a tough guy's bald head. That is pretty manly. Should I wear my pink bowling shirt with matching shoes, or the pastel green with flower accents? This is Sargon's entire fucking backstory, says Mycroft. It might be. You'll have to ask him. There are bowling clothes. I didn't know that either, you see, except for the shoes. Maybe. Anyway, you'd better pay me back. I can pay you back in stuff, right? I don't have time to ask him to elaborate on what that means. I don't know. I have to get to class. You're kind of in the way. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I don't want to hold you up, and I have some stuff to do myself. The time has come. The time for what? Dick stuff. I just like saying that. Okay, now the time has really come. For what? I have to use the bathroom. Get out of it. I was just going to, and what does that mean? It's a big bathroom. This bathroom ain't big enough for the both of us. So, I have to be alone or I can't go. The pressure. Okay, what if someone else comes in? Silence. I'll think of something. I give him my practiced frown, and it looks kind of silly reflected in his glasses. He either doesn't notice or doesn't see, anyway. So I get dressed and run back to my room, feeling as though an eternity has passed since I woke up. We made it. That is time I will never get back. I'll get him for this somehow. I'll join the feminists, I'll join the student union and ban him. I'll lie about what happened in the bathroom, and then he'll get kicked out. But right now, I have to get to class. I'm the first person in class today. Gonna have a sip, 1 sec, chat. Take his pizza, says Pedantic Porpoise. Maybe we end up being able to do that. I'm the first person in class today, although I think I'm a little too early. Then again, sitting alone here for 20 minutes sure beats having to suffer that time with Kenji. Tell the student council he oppressed you, says Skyglazer. You mean like Mojo Jojo in that episode of the Powerpuff Girls where he's going, I'm being oppressed, and all the activists show up to beat up the Powerpuff Girls. The combination of fatigue, frustration and boredom starts making me feel very tired. I black out for a second, waking up when my head hits the surface of my desk. That sounds really, really dangerous for someone who has heart problems. Rubbing my forehead, I realize this is as good a reason as any to stay up for now and stop coming to class so early later. Eventually, I hear a tapping noise outside in the hallway, and Lily's tall figure appears in the doorway. She's not in this class, so she must have some other business. Maybe she's looking for Hanukkah. 1 second, mates. I just got a message from someone that I've got to check. Alright, we're good. Yeah, I already said that. Lily stops at the door, looking hesitant as if she was a vampire, who can't come in unless invited. I considered doing so, because she looked rather lonesome standing there. Poor girl. She steps in on her own accord though, after straightening her skirt and shirt collar, as if it was of importance to look prim when entering our classroom. Does anyone bother looking tidy for class? Anyway, the people here, I know some of chat has noticed, the students here do not tuck their shirts in. That's the I just saw a porn pop-up pause, says Anal Herpy. Maybe. I can neither confirm nor deny. What did I just do? Excuse me. She calls into the quiet classroom with a probing, delicate voice. Kenji had something probing and delicate too. Just for your information. Whoa. There we go. All good now, chat. Sorry for that brief interruption. Slide that over. All good. Good morning, Lily. Ooh, who's it going to be? Is it going to be Bacon Bits? Isao. Good morning. I didn't hear you come in. I wonder if she thinks it's suspicious I didn't say anything to her before. It's likely. If I were to tell too big a lie now, it would sink me. Give us the option to lie. Harmful this is best, girl, you must realize this, says Skyglazer. I don't think so. Well, I was already here, just asleep until now. Oh. Have you seen Hanukkah today, by any chance? No, she seems to come in only just before the bells ring, or after that. Do you want me to tell her something for you? No, it's fine. It's strange, but I think we're the only 2 people in the school right now. I didn't hear anyone else on my way here. There's been a shooting. Everyone's been warned not to come in. Feminist arguing incoming, says Frederick Rivet. Right, I see. I shouldn't have gotten up so early today, I guess. You're chastising yourself for doing something that other people should. Punctuality is a good thing. I think so anyway. So she doesn't mind if I come early. Good. It's a very busy morning today. The festival is coming up soon, and today is the deadline for event registration, budget reports, and any other official paperwork. It could be that everyone is trying to complete the necessary forms at the last minute. Maybe that is why it's so quiet today. Fuck. I can't put my voice that high. Oh god, it's fucking Shizunene and Wario. Misha pops into the room with Shizunene, as if on cue, shouting with a loudness that makes Lily visibly flinch. Hi, Hick-chan. Hi. Silence. Look, it's the class representative. Hello. Lily smiles, probably amused by Misha's or Shizunene's use of the word look. You think that's a hi, not a he? Oh, were they both saying hi? I guess so. Good morning. Silence. Of course, you're not the representative of this class, right? Right. Yeah, you're right. It's not he, it's hi, then hi. I'm not. Upskirt incoming, says Frederick Rivet. Lily seems a little more guarded in her answer to Shizunene than she was with me the other day. I guess they really don't get along at all. Then I realize that Lily might actually not know Shizunene is present, and she's trying to detect whether or not she is. For all she knows, she's talking to Misha, but knowing that she and Shizunene are practically inseparable, she might expect Shizunene being the one that actually talks. Damn, how complicated and problematic. I decide to help Lily out, for my own peace of mind more than anything else. You're here early, Shizunene. Silence. You were here even earlier than us. Misha puffs out her cheeks angrily. How can she puff out her cheeks? She's already just massive and bloated. Why is she getting angry? Does she feel emotions on Shizunene's behalf too? It's not that weird, though, that Shizunene doesn't like... my little comment. It's true. I was here earlier than them, so me saying something like that could definitely be misinterpreted as anything. How very postmodern of you, Hizeo. Especially to Shizunene, who doesn't have the benefit of hearing tone to gauge intent. Talking to deaf people is like talking on the internet, I guess. Or typing on the internet. Before I can start weighing whether or not I should apologize, Shizunene has already moved on. What is the sign language for Blumpkin? Asks Original Oppo. Do you think it would look like the act? And then if you have an amputated finger, you drop that. Never mind. Class rep, it's a good thing you're here. We have to talk. Silence. The festival is coming up in 3 days, right? Every other class has already handed in their projected budget reports for their events. Even the first years, except you. Wah! I'm incompetent with money. I don't know. That was weak. Sorry, chat. There is still time to hand it in, isn't there? Oh, fuck. She's pissed. Today. The deadline is today. You're certainly taking your time, aren't you? If I had it my way, I'd have had all of the necessary paperwork days ago. But someone had to say the deadline. Please extend it. Yes, that was me. Planning something on this scale is not a small task, and a week is too small a time frame to expect a whole class to work out such a complex issue completely. Silence. Do you want to know what's harder than distributing the funds for one class's event? I'll show you, babe. Handling the same matter for every class in the school and then some. The one who does that is me. Misha puts her hands on her hips and stands up straight. Wow, she is really getting into the role. Lily doesn't look like she's very amused, though. Hey, oh shit. Thank you very much. Masochistic Mer, like an elf from the other schools. Masochistic Mer has no message, but thank you very much for that. It's very kind of you. Hey, Shizunene, aren't you being a little too hard on her? There's still a whole day left. Please, Iseo, it's alright. Lily seems happy I'm taking her side, but a bit conflicted that I might not think she can take care of herself. If this is about the budget, then I'm disappointed you think I've forgotten about it. I understand how important it is. Silent Deafy. Then, can I have it, please? Shizunene, she might not have it on her at this exact second. It's not here right now. I asked 2 students to take care of it for me, students from my class. She emphasizes the last sentence, much to my surprise. She knows about Shizunene and Misha's efforts to rope me into the student council. I guess word must have gotten around, so now she's using me as ammo against Shizunene. This just gets better and better. Silence. It was your responsibility. A budget report isn't something you should just be delegating away. As a class rep, it's your job to be on top of things. This kind of disregard for proper procedure is really just terrible. They completed it, being capable of doing so, but the students have been sick recently, so they could not come to school and give it back to me. If you want, I will apologize on their behalf for getting sick. Passive-aggressive as fuck. Okay! Although Misha misses Lily's little jab entirely, Shizunene doesn't, and she seems torn between being offended by Riri's daring and jumping for joy at the prospect of a challenge. Upskirt incoming, says Frederick. Silence. Riri, don't they live here at the school? That's a 5-minute walk, you know. What could they possibly have that prevents them from taking 5 minutes out of their busy lives to drop off something that will affect the enjoyment of their entire class? Riri opens her mouth to say something, but Shizunene closes the gap between them and starts signing furiously, waving her hands around like an orchestra conductor. What's it like? Down, to the right, to the left, and then up again for 4/4 time. That's not very intense. Misha tries her best to convey the same passion, but can't seem to lose her normal cheerful tone. The result is interesting and somewhat surreal. Lily/Hanako. Hanako or Rin, make your choice. Neither, I don't want any of them. They're disgusting anime freaks. Misha tries her best to convey the same passion, but can't seem to lose her normal cheerful tone. The result is interesting and somewhat surreal. And what's with that attitude? I said that it's not something you should be delegating away. Are you the class representative, or aren't you? Tell me the names of those 2 students. They should have your job, if you can't even handle something this simple yourself. Do you see what I'm talking about? No. One form isn't the full extent of what I am supposed to take care of. Lily's tone is growing slightly impatient, but she is doing a good job of not letting Shizunene see how unsettled she is becoming. She's playing her cards close to her chest. Shizunene, on the other hand, wraps her fingers cheerfully along the edge of her glasses, knowing Lily can neither hear nor see how excited she is. Of course, you do so much, class rep. It must be so difficult being you. Lily tightens her lips at Misha's words, clearly understanding the intent behind them, even though Misha delivers them without even a hint of the sarcasm which they were meant to have. I have a bot in the chat or a troll that is posting links. Where? I can't see them. Right. Shizunene and Lily don't like each other. That much is clear. But this seems a little much. It seems like Lily has had enough and is ready to push back. Saying that... Oh, shit. It is going to be some Super Smash Brothers shit. I was actually just discussing the budget report before you came by. You must be very talented to have finished all your student council duties so quickly that you can track me down to make sure I don't forget my own. Are you accusing me of slacking off? It seems like you're confusing me with yourself. I don't think so. That would be a very difficult thing for me to do, comparing myself to you. They're going to fight and then make up, and it's going to be hot. You're right. The difference between us is like heaven and hell. It's not that hard to guess which one you might represent. Oh shit. The air between them ripples with the heat of their enmity. Well, not really. Oh fuck, there are her panties. Is that what you were talking about? We've got it. The first semi-lewdness, although Emmy was wearing, like, diapers earlier, and it was vile. Even Misha looks like she's beginning to understand the real nature of this conversation. Here comes my true power. Alright, silence. Ik-chan, don't you slack off either. Hey, back off! I'm not involved. What are you talking about? Aren't you taking part in the festival, Ik-chan? You are, aren't you? Then, I hope you're going to do a lot more to make sure it goes smoothly than this person. I don't understand why Shizunene is suddenly getting mad at me. What should we do? Hey, come on, cut me and Lily some slack. Or don't drag me into this. I've done my part. Which one do we want to go to? Cripple fight. 1, 2, 1. 1. It seems like 1 is in the lead. So, it looks like 1 wins. There we are, chat. You got your wish. Hey, I'm the new guy, remember? It's not like I could have done much, even if I wanted. That's right. You shouldn't expect a transfer student to jump right into this on his first week. Lily taking my side feels oddly comforting, so I decided to back her up too. Oh, it's clique time. Yeah, you're being unreasonable with us both. Excuses, excuses. Miss Class Rep has had plenty of time to deal with her report. And we repeatedly offered you a position to help with the student council work, but you refused to commit yourself to making the festival a success. Yeah, but as I said back then, I'm not sure if... I don't have time for this right now. No matter what I do, it will mean being drawn into a confrontation with Shizunene, and that is what she wants. Whatever. Forget it. I turn my back at them, not to them. Lily, class is going to be starting soon, so we can talk more later. I'll tell Hanukkah you were looking for her. I can feel Shizunene freezing. Maybe this is the first time she has ever been ignored in such a blunt manner. Thank you, Hiseo. I'll leave now then. She gives me the sweetest smile I've seen all week, and turns on her heels to make her exit. As soon as Riri walks out the door, I suddenly start feeling reluctant about turning to face Shizunene. Just leave backwards, just walk away backwards, and turn around so that your back is always to her. I can feel her eyes burning into my back, and can't bring myself to look at her. She must be furious. I keep expecting Misha to say something to alleviate the tension, but it really is wanting too much. In the end, I go back to my seat and listen to the sound of Shizunene's footsteps as she marches out of the room. She doesn't return until a few minutes before class. That was an easy lesson, wasn't it? Hanukkah doesn't come to the morning class at all, leaving her seat looking empty and lonely in the back of the classroom. I have to tell her that Lily was looking for her if I see her later. After the events of this morning, class is pretty boring in comparison. I turn the pages of my textbook lazily. I have a bit of catching up to do, despite trying to keep up with my studies at the hospital, but I'm not feeling that enthusiastic about it. The clock at the front of the room sounds unbearably loud. The teacher hasn't said anything in over 7 minutes, instead opting to cover the board in rows and rows of equations taken directly from the book. The rhythmic clashing of chalk on the blackboard seems to synchronize perfectly with the ticking of the clock. I start to copy down the equations just to pass the time, even though they are right there in the textbook. God, I hated that at school where it's in the fucking book and they make you copy it out. Pain in the ass. Like even when they give you the book and the book has space and they make you do it in a separate one. When the bell rings, I'm not in a hurry because I have nothing to do. So I stay for a while, reviewing what we covered in class today. I prefer to leave last anyway, so I don't have to deal with crowding in the hallways. I noticed Shizunene and Misha have also stayed behind, talking to someone from another class. Shizunene is signing so fast that her hands make noises like swords cutting through the air. Maybe there is pent-up anger in there. Misha is trying desperately to keep up, but it's clear that she can barely manage to even understand her, because Misha's a bit slow. I put my head down. Whatever they're discussing, it looks like serious business. Shizunene signs to the point where her wrists crackle, and Misha struggles to spit it out in word form. And eventually lightning shoots out. Can't some choice fuck up endings with other? I presume we've already done that, Lars. Or Big Gunzo. I don't read your messages. What messages? Write it again. Sometimes she trips over herself like she's dealing with tongue twisters, and then on top of that, she has to sign back anything the other girl says. Seems like a rough job. Misha looks tired, like she's about to faint. Luckily for her, their business is soon finished, and the girls sit down on their seats again. I'm so tired. She's banging her head limply on her desk, looking exhausted. Oh right, you said do not read them. I'll use the opportunity to reconcile with Shizunene a bit, without getting roped into the student council thing again, though I suspect that door is now closed for me. Good. Very good. Festival preparations must be tough for you. Indeed, the people in this school seem to be taking the festival very seriously. Whenever I see people idling around before and after classes, they're always talking about their plans for it. It's kind of neat to see everyone being so enthusiastic about it. I'm probably the only one who doesn't have something to do. Shizunene scoffs at me first, as if trying to decide whether to ignore or sneer at me, but in the end she starts signing without doing either. Misha perks up, looking at her hands with slightly unfocused eyes. Silence again. She signs with harsh, heavy, dramatic strokes. Misha translates her signing into speech for me. She does it so well it's almost like Shizunene is actually speaking, transmitting her thoughts directly through Misha. She must have practiced it vigorously. Well, of course, we're in the student council, you know, so we're pretty busy. No platforming speakers, censoring things, stopping teachers from teaching teaching students anything we think is inappropriate or problematic. It's an important duty of ours to ensure the success of the festival with all our strength. Silence. We would shame ourselves in front of the past student council generations if the festival were to fail. Don't we already know how this shit works? Yes, we do. But they need to repeat it, of course, don't they? That's why there must be no flaws. No. I think that was encumbrances. No, nothing that might make the festival short of perfect. Shizunene's passionate speech and Misha's enacting are really oddly fitting of them. Did Misha translate her moans and screams too? That'd be very interesting if you're banging and you've got Misha at the end of the bed, looking at her hands and trying to go along with it. Oh, hello. Who is it, Bacon? Yes, it is. I look over my shoulder and see Hanukkah peering timidly into the classroom, most of her body hidden behind the door. Hey, playing delinquent again. Hanukkah blushes hard at Misha's straightforward jab, even if it was only in jest. Silence. Shizunene stares at her probingly, causing Hanukkah to look down and start backing away to the point where only her fingers can be seen wrapped nervously around the edge of the door. Press P. Doesn't work in this game. I wish it did. Trash waifu. Who's a trash waifu, Hannah? Maybe she's showing her dislike of Hanukkah by association of her dislike of Lily. It appears so, and Hanukkah probably knows it as well. What is it, Hanukkah? Has Lily been here? Sorry, haven't seen Sato. She, came by in the morning, though. Hanuka keeps looking uneasily at Shizunene, who stares back at her with her usual studying gaze. What is she trying to do? Of course Shizunene isn't going to look away, and she is intimidating enough as it is, so I can only imagine how terrified Hanuka would be. It is a little uncomfortable watching Hanuka's reaction to Shizunene's normal behaviour. This is what happens when two people of two different extremes meet, it seems. They fight. Do you know where she is? Oh god. Oh no, I thought they had nips touching, but it's just one of Misha's arm tumors touching her boob. Wait, do they have shoulder boobs? That's fucking gross. Into the oven. Exactly, Lars, I've been saying that. If she has any sense in her head, she's in her classroom, working on their festival project, but who knows where that woman is loitering at. You need to find her. She was looking for you in the morning, but I guess you have missed each other. She waits a little without answering the simple question, looking awfully like she's not sure if it's proper to answer such a question. Yeah. I can come with you. If it's okay. Ooh. Hanuka nods fractionally, still on guard, her shoulders stiff like wooden tumors. I get the feeling that she might be more comfortable by herself after all, but it's too late to back off now. Would I recommend this visual novel so fast, Calculator? No. But I have to play it, this is research. I'm becoming a master of visual novels so I can criticize any future visual novels you see. She has this really troubled expression she seems to wear almost constantly. One that makes me constantly be on guard myself. I wonder why. I kind of understand why she always seems to be so wary. Or maybe more like why there could be a person like her. But I still have no idea how I should act around such a person. It's dinner time soon. Were you planning to eat with Lily? She nods slightly. So she must have been trying to get in the cafeteria. Time for a little drink. Fact! Harmful is an expert on visual novels. Not yet, Yerpa. I'm working on it. One sec. Expect this to last all week. If I get too bored of it, or if people get too bored of it, fuck it. But people seem to be alright with this. Well, there's something of a dinner crowd, just like the cafeteria is crowded during lunch. It's not as bad because dinner time is longer than lunch hour, but I can understand why Hanuka could be discouraged from going in. I pick up my bag and we take our leave. Hanuka skips a little to meet my initial pace, so I slow down to match her speed. Everybody in stream has to grab a beer. Yes, you do. Ideally, beer plus like some Jack just poured in. It doesn't take long for us to be walking at a comfortable pace down the hallway. Yeah, exactly. Now that it says that it's a visual novel, though, do you need my recommendation? Like, you can see what it's like here. It doesn't really change it to be controlling it. It almost feels like we're going for a stroll together. It's something that I can't say I've really done before with a girl. But he has done it with boys. Hanuka doesn't seem to be thinking the same thing, though. Even though we are walking at the same pace, she never comes within arm's reach of me. Probably wise. Who knows what could happen if she did. I guess she's still a little uncomfortable around me. Given how shy she is, there doesn't seem to be much helping it. At least for now. By the time we arrive at the cafeteria, there is not much of a crowd there. But Lily is nowhere to be seen. Hanuka's head sinks even lower than usual. It's not really represented in her drawing, though, is it? Have you looked somewhere else already? Just at the library. I was reading. So she does spend the classes she skips at the library. Have I seen The Room? Thoughts? Farfis, I haven't seen The Room. Ah, so not exactly a thorough search then. Well, if I had to guess, she'd be in her own class like Shizunene said, right? Right. With the slightest of nods, Hanukkah agrees with my reasoning. God, she's being so awkward. Just put her in the trash. It's like I need double-layered silk gloves with padding to even begin interacting with her. Some small talk might help her become a bit more used to me. It isn't hard to tell that the silence between us is hovering on the edge of both of our minds. So you and Lily usually hang out together after class, right? Yes. I'm not quite sure what I expected from her answer, nor why I even asked the question. That much was rather obvious after all. She doesn't seem like the type to cultivate a social circle either, so I suspect that Lily may well be her only friend. Must be a pain being in different classes, I'm guessing. She gives a sharp, almost reflexive nod. Compared to Lily's careful thought about her actions and speech, Hanukkah hastens to make her answers as prompt and short as possible. Short shrift. Lily comes by the classroom though, even when she's busy. She gives a small smile as she says it, evidently appreciating the fact that Lily goes out of her way to help her. It's pretty cute, really. No, it fucking isn't. There isn't any need to say more. Both of us content that the discussion's reached an end. As we ascend the stairs back to the lobby, we are met by a group of students heading downstairs like a school of fish, moving from one feeding area to another. They seem to be keeping mostly to themselves, but before I can notice her doing so, Hanukkah has moved around behind me. Keep walking, heart boy, or this goes straight in your back. Hey, are you alright? Just keep going. Oh shit, we're being threatened. The students pass us without as much as a second glance, and Hanukkah takes up position to my side again as we enter the building, her momentary reprieve from her anxiety all but snatched away. Even as we climb towards the third floor, she doesn't seem to relax. It isn't as if I've never known a shy person before, or even shy girls, but Hanukkah seems to be pretty far beyond what I'd call normal in her fear of other people. Right. Bacon chick, suggests Liz. I don't think I'll go for her though. They're all annoying. They're terrible. If it weren't for Lily acting as a mediator, I doubt Hanukkah would have even been able to walk beside me like this. She seems to completely shut down in the presence of others. The rest of the walk up to Lily's classroom continues in strange silence, while I rue her inability to socialize at all. After we make our way up to the stairs, the noise coming from Lily's classroom is audible from halfway down the hallway. I wasn't expecting such a din at all. Which one is the least terrible so far, Harmful? Asked Skyglazer. They're all of them are just 0 out of 10. There is no least terrible one. Well, I guess we found her. This wasn't hard. Did Hanukkah come here first, then come to me for backup, I wonder? Well, if that's true, then at least she's starting to trust me a little. That can only be a good thing. I might be stuck with bacon. Dreadful. Eventually, the two of us reach the door to Class 3-2. With Hanukkah less than subtly positioning herself behind me, I open the door. Right. Okay. Inside is a hive of activity, seemingly every student in the class talking at once as they work hurriedly on their separate tasks. I'm obviously a Lily supporter, says Frederick. Absolutely not. Going by the paint cans, decorations and banners being made, it must be for the upcoming school festival. I guess my first priority should be finding Lily. Silence. There. Finding her among the din is surprisingly easy, not the least because of her looks. With a couple of students gathered around her as she stands at the front of the class, she seems to be in charge of the preparations, or at least busy organizing them. Carefully negotiating a path through the various students hunched over the floor for lack of desk space, I raise a hand entirely out of habit as we finally reach Lily. Hi, Riri. She perks her head up as she breaks off talking to a noticeably smaller girl who must be a classmate, trying to listen as best she can. Does Hanukkah come earlier this year? Asked pedantic Porpoise. It depends which path we take. Lily is trash, Shady Shaker. I'm sorry. Sorry, Hizeo. I have Hanukkah too. I'm stuck with Bacon or Lily. Shame. Hi. She's pretty skittish. Considering the number of people around, it isn't too hard to work out why. I have to choose the least likely... I will kill in their sleep, says Liz Reptile. Right. I would kill any of them in their sleep. I think it's more important to find the one that wouldn't kill me in my sleep. Right. For the moment, just ask Mariah for his advice. Kenji's busy with painting one of the banners already. A quick nod and she bounces off, fingers carefully sliding along the wall's face for orientation. Wait, Kenji. That Kenji. Shit. The feminist conspiracy is real. They can ask me to turn on him. I quickly turn about, leaning to the side to see past Hanukkah. Sure enough, in a corner of the room, Kenji's hunched over a sheet of cloth as he paints it. His eyes remain only inches from the brush, reminding me of how close he had to be to make out my face when I met him. Sorry about that. Our class doesn't have many students with even partial eyesight, so they're in high demand. That's right, Class 3-2 was specially for students with poor vision. Preparing for the festival must be pretty arduous for them. Need a hand? I could give you help if you need some. Maybe Hanukkah could too. A chance to set her mind on something would do her good, but I doubt she has the courage to ask outright. She quickly nods an affirmation afterwards, so I'm confident I made the right move. Stab Emmy with lemons, says Colonel Berger K. Erickson. I'll try. Right. Lily gives a noticeable sigh of relief. Right. Ah, that's good. This might actually get finished before everyone goes off to dinner now. Would you be able to help the person painting the main banner? It's a big task for him to do, but nobody else can help. Kenji. Sure. She seems surprised that I know him. I can't really blame her. I take it you've met. Our rooms in the dorm are right next to each other. Hard to miss each other, really. Plus, he shows up and surprises me in the bathroom with his dick waving around, demanding money. Well, it's good to see you're getting friends so fast. Friend? I wonder if that's the right word to use for him. Hanukkah's silence during the proceedings reminds me of the reason I put her up to helping in the first place. We'll go help him then. He knows what needs doing, right? That's right. Just ask if you have any problems. Chorusing an assent, Hanukkah and I begin another trek across the classroom. Kenji sits crouched on the floor, his gaze fixed on the white calico, I don't know, in front of him. Hey Kenji. Dude, get your face away from there, mate. No answer. He continues dragging his paint-soaked brush along the large, half-painted kanji that's sketched on the sheet in pencil. Kenji. No kanji. Huh? What? Who is it? You should know my voice by now. If this is the way he treats class members, it's no small wonder he's working on this alone. It's me, Hizeo. Right. I know that man. What are you doing here, though? His dismissive attitude annoys me. He must be the type to really get focused on his work, hating to be disturbed by anyone until he's done, I suppose. While we talk, the sound of Hanukkah's footsteps as she walks out from behind me reminds me that she's here. I was just going to help with the banner, Hanukkah and I, that is. Hello. Oh, hey. I guess that's okay. Shall we set him up with her? As soon as Hanukkah enters the equation, his demeanor takes a complete about face. His sudden faux hospitality is slightly unsettling. Oh right, women. On second thoughts, this may not have been a great idea after all, milady. Hanukkah and I grudgingly set ourselves down on the opposite side of the cloth banner to Kenji, noting the several small paint tins on the ground around it. Class 3-2, noodle stall. Misogyny noodles, of course. You guys selling noodles at the festival on Sunday? Yeah, some stalls outside, or something. No, only you keep bacon, says Trophic Llama. I don't want her. I don't want any of these freaks. Or something. His non-committal nature sparks a fair amount of suspicion on my behalf. The task at hand comes first, though. So how do you want to split this? We do borders while you do the text, or do you want to switch and do the borders? Text is mine. You do borders. He has surprisingly strong feelings on the topic. As I reach over to grab a brush, I notice Hanuka's already debating between colours to use. Ooh. You know you want that lily, says Shady Shaker. No, I don't. Absolutely not. By the time I've put brush to cloth, she's already started on a delicate pattern. Looks like my idea of taking her mind off everyone around her worked. With a dark blue stroke, the three of us silently get to work. Not before Kenji takes advantage of Hanako, though. Or Hanako's working to lean towards me and whisper conspiratorially, though. It's going to be the feminists. Alright? Okay, man. Why are you here? Hanako just wanted some help to find Lily, that's all. He apparently disapproves of my motivations. I get it. It looks like I misjudged you. You're infiltrating them, aren't you? Going deep undercover. You could say that. I should have guessed. Letting the truth slip by him would probably be better than outright lying or annoying him in any case. Is that why you're here? Obviously, it sucks, but there's no better way to get intel than going in yourself. We gotta stick together, man. This is a harsh school, a harsh world. Yes, very harsh. He misses my true meaning as he leans back, satisfied I'm sympathetic to his cause. I'd better get down to work. Finished. Looks like I am too. Good job. The two of us connect up the lines of our patterns, mine being as close a copy as I could manage of hers. We made it. Right. Damn it, I missed it again, says Toolboxio. We'll still go in for like another 20 minutes at least. With a grunt, I leave myself up on the floor and look around. Aside from Hanuka and myself, there's only Kenji left finishing off a sign, as well as Riri and a couple of students talking among themselves in the classroom. Looking at my watch, it's no surprise. It's getting pretty late. Need a hand? Whoa! I offer a hand to Hanako, which she uses to get herself off. As she does, I can't help but glance at her wrist. If her scars extend to even to there, just how much of her body was burned? Is she still a viable sexual partner? I feel a pang of guilt about it, however, as she quickly covers her wrist with her other hand. Looks good, doesn't it? I'm really into scars. Should be okay. It's just going to be alright. It's going to be about... Yeah, there we go. My internet connection just dropped out for a second. Guys, let's panic before he comes back. It's alright, it's alright. Calm down, chat. It was my internet. With the floor significantly neater for the decorations being placed on desks and shelves, it's much easier to get to Lily as we cross the room. We've finished the banner. I guess that's all that needs to be done. Lily gives an appreciative nod. Thank you, Huzeo. Hanuka. If there's any way I can thank you... Oh, I think you'll find there is. It was the global feminist conspiracy, Varvis. Yes, it was. They came and pulled out my router's plug. It's fine. Beats sitting in my room studying, at any rate. I don't mind either. She nods, before suddenly remembering one last person. Oh, is Kenji still here? Yes, listening carefully. Just as I open my mouth, Kenji gives the answer from the other side of the room. Yeah, just finished. He carefully slides his sign onto an empty section of the shelf to dry, before quickly walking past us and out the door. Stop stealing McDonald's Wi-Fi, says you the first. No, it's just that my internet is garbage. It's rubbish. See ya, man. Bye. And he's gone. The remaining two students say their goodbyes to Lily before taking their cue to leave as well, leaving only the three of us. Well, I guess that's everyone. I'd hope we don't have to do anything like that again. Working past school time. Indeed, the class's plans this year were ambitious. Maybe too ambitious. The stalls look nice though. She's right, it shows that a lot of work's gone into them. Rubbish ISP or rubbish router / modem? Both, really. I don't have any better options. I could afford better internet, I've said this before, but I don't have the option for better internet. Where I am. It's getting pretty late. Should we go? That's probably a good idea. Are you going back to the dorms as well, Hiseo? Yeah, I guess I'll tag along. The nighttime lighting really makes the gardens look quite different. Compared to the usual look of lush greenery, things are much more calm. Being that it's so late, the lack of students around probably helps. The odd one or two can be seen scurrying to and from the dorms trying to eke the most out of their approaching curfews, but no more. All that can be heard is our footsteps, in addition to Lily's cane regularly gently tapping the ground in front of her. It's nice to finally be able to relax a bit after the mad rush during school. Without even noticing it, I let out a small yawn. That's not a yawn in the slightest. What the fuck am I doing? Tired? Yeah, still getting used to the flow of things, I guess. The thing with Shizunene took me kind of off guard, though. I grit my teeth a little at the candid mention of the rather public spat. That said, I do want to sort out what in the world was behind it. Mirthomaniac says, dude. About that, says Lily. I'm sorry about it being so public. Shizunene and I go back some ways. Her voice seems slightly irritated as she remembers Shizunene, obviously unwilling to discuss it any further. Now Sabinal says, dude. Right. Lars says, dude. I glanced to Hanukkah for her views on this, but her expression is, unsurprisingly, evasive and difficult to read. Either way, I guess her apologizing for it is something, even if my curiosity goes unanswered. Luftwaffe 161 says, dude. Various people say dude, bro, and man. I'll be glad once the festival is over in any case. The change of topic's welcome, clearing the thickening air quickly. I can imagine. My old school's festivals were a lot more low-key than this. Yumaku stresses the idea of a school community, so the staff likes to make our festivals and such special occasions. And yet the students are the ones who do the work. What an unfair world. This is unjust. We must rise up, liberate the oppressed students. Hanukkah and Lily both chuckle in agreement, savouring the fact that none of the staff are around to hear our grumbling. I suppose coming from a strict all-girls school helped me a bit with the Yamaku. Compared to there, Yamaku is much more relaxed. That'd go away towards explaining her well-bred speech and behaviour in any case. As we come up to the dormitories, it eventually comes time to leave for our respective rooms. See ya, Lily. Hanukkah. Why don't we invite them? The two both give polite nods before setting off to the women's dorms, just next to the guys. It should be guys and gals dorms. As is to be expected of such an arrangement, there's a staff member casually patrolling around outside to prevent any nighttime shenanigans. Walking past him, I quickly stretch my arms and rub my neck, both quite sore after having worked on the floor for so long, before walking to my room. It feels good to actually have direction, though. After so long in the hospital, the everyday facts of studying, homework and teachers seem almost a blessing. I guess if things continue like this, my time at Yumaku might turn out okay. I'm feeling tired, so I set my alarm clock to wake me up as late as I can afford, while still making it to the first class. The nurse's voice is almost nagging in the back of my head about morning jogs. I'll make a resolution to make up for it by going for a walk after school tomorrow. Emmy won't care either way, I bet. I'm just going to sleep. And it's to a new day. There we are. And, folks, it has been, I'm going to save, it's been about 3 hours. Yep, we're going to save there. Double check to make sure that's okay. Yeah. It has been about 3 hours, and it's a new day, so that means I'm going to stop here. Thank you for dropping by the stream. I don't know how much longer we've got to go doing this, but I'm going to finish one path because people seem to be finding this alright. Finish one path and then move on to something else after that. Oh. Wait. No, it was like... Do you want me to go slightly longer? Do you want me to go ever slightly longer? I can go... tiny bit longer. Little bit. Alright guys. I'm just gonna... Okay then. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and then I'll be back. 1 second. Alright guys, I'm just getting my headphones on again. Here we go. Harmful Opinions was wanking in the bathroom. Why would I do that? I'd just wank here if I wanted to. I was just peeing. I wake up and take a hot shower. With Kenji? No. Back in my room, the first thing I see is the familiar row of medication bottles lined up on top of my dresser, and it makes me depressed, as usual. Did I wash my hands? Of course I washed my hands. It's annoying. I thought I was okay. I thought I had made my peace with this thing, gotten over it. But clearly, I hadn't. Hang on. Fucking computer, it's having a fit. It's angry at me. Right. But what I really did, I allowed myself to forget that I have a problem. Being here really reminds me of the reality, and trying to fight against it just hurts. The real depression quest right here, folks, is Toolboxio. Pretty much. How could you not wank with all these fine cripples on the screen? Fair enough, chat. Reflecting on it is only going to do so much. I've done this before, for months. It seems like it's time to get over it. Why is this bedspread camouflage? It's to hide from the cripples. If you don't move, and you've got camouflage, the cripples can't see you. If I allow myself to forget that my life is definitely not going to be as long as those of others, I won't get anywhere. My life may be different from others, but it is a life in progress. That is how I'll rationalize it. I down the usual handful of pills, trying to push the sudden dreary feeling out of my head. Then I prepare to head out to class early, as usual. But harmful, what if you are the cripple, says Felis. Phyllis Vonk. We are one, though. And that's already been established right from the beginning. As I step into the hallway, I notice Kenji coming around the hallway corner, stealthily making his way over to his own room with a large bag. As he sneaks past me soundlessly like a ninja hiding in plain sight, I call out to him. Hey. He jumps at the sound of my voice. Oh, hey, man. I didn't notice you there. I'm really tired. I think it's more like he didn't see me, but that's not the issue. Where have you been this early? Shopping? Nah, I wasn't shopping. Sometimes I have to visit the fucking hell, mate. Maybe this is why he's so messed up. The math teacher. Mewtwo gives him a good reaming. Yeah, I figured it would be a good idea to find out when the next exam is, since he tells you in advance if you want. So then, what's in the bag? I thought I'd go shopping while I was outside. I need supplies to continue the fight against the vast feminist conspiracy. Okay. I thought you didn't go outside. I wear a hat now. I bet it's a fedora. I decide to not point out that he is not wearing a hat. You can do a nice milady tip with it. An awkward silence settles between us, and then Kenji breaks it by pushing his door open slowly, releasing a creaking sound into the air that only makes the moment seem more awkward. He sets the bag down inside his room, and then closes the door. I'm surprised you went out of your way to find out a test date. Trying to take advantage of an opportunity to study is pretty diligent. I never study. Oh. I just wanted to know when the next test day was. I'm still going to take it, duh. I need to know so I know what day I can't afford to skip class. He usually sends out updates on that crap by phone, so I had to step out and check up on it. Kenji is what I aspire to be, says Colonel Burger K. Erickson, or Cole Burger. I don't know, I think I was told before it's not for Colonel. And why do you have to go out when you can get it on your phone? I don't carry a phone. Fucking idiot. What do you mean you don't carry a phone? You mean you just leave it at home? No, I don't use phones. I don't have a phone. Phones. I have no phone. Why don't you have a phone? How can you not have a phone? No phone at all. ET phone home. I just don't like phones. Actually, I'm kind of scared of them. I don't know why. I think it's some kind of repressed trauma. But basically, when I hear a phone, I get nervous. It's my darkest secret. I have two theories on it. Either I have some fear of receiving some undefined, ominous, life-altering doom call, or I was beaten with a phone in the past. Beaten so badly, I can't remember it. The phone was coming from inside the feminist. Beaten in the head. Well, where else could I get beaten with a phone that would make me unable to remember it? The ass? Depends. Depends what the phone was coated in. Unexpectedly logical. I feel very depressed now. Sensing this conversation is more or less over, Kenji opens his door again and prepares the head inside. Yeah, I'm going to sleep, dude. Have a good one. Class is going to start in like 20 minutes. I already did something today. Too tired to go to school. Hey, you need some lip balm. I accidentally bought two because I thought the store had started selling individual AA batteries. Thanks but no thanks. Whatever. Thank you, chat. Sabinal says, get fucked in the ass with a phone until you get amnesia. Brilliant. Whatever, man, says Kenji. He swiftly enters his lair, finally letting me go to the class. Hey Ryloen, how's it going? For a change, I'm not among the first ones to come to morning class. Instead, almost everyone seems to be here already. I recognize most of my class by their faces now, though the names escape me still. The class goes on lazily. I think I'm starting to get into the rhythm of the school. I have even stopped worrying about taking notes and being overtly attentive. The first days, I was pretty high-strung in class. Mewtwo finishes his lecture about electricity early, but continues without a pause about the festival. So, as you know, the festival is on the day after tomorrow. I hope everyone's projects are going to be successful this year. Have a good time, but also come Sunday, please keep the meaning of this festival in your minds. Games and fried food! Everyone burst out in laughter, and so do I. No, it is the festival of the stillborn. Yes, thank you, Mikado. Whoa! Right, I gotcha. Did I break the game? Right. The remainder of his sentence is buried beneath the ring of the lunch bells, and everyone starts packing their things. Yeah, Levitt. Levitt says, all your projects are going to be successful. We don't need any more burn victims. Mewtwo deliberates for a moment, but since almost nobody seems to pay attention anymore, he gives up and sits down. It's crowded in the hallway. All these fucking cripple ghosts. Or as crowded as hallways in this school probably get. Most of the students seem to be heading down for the cafeteria. Stay away from me. Don't hit my chest again. Iseo. I'm going to make you a one-time only super extra special lunch offer. Emmy's homemade lunchbox. And the privilege of enjoying them in private with two bombshell beauties. Her overly flirtatious sales pitch echoes in the hallway, a remarkable feat since it's full of people. Emmy strikes a very confident-looking pose, as though as an attempt to one-up her own ridiculousness, puffing her very modest chest and making the V for victory sign with her hand. Sounds delicious. To what do I owe this honor of being invited? You stood there looking really lost and sad, so I thought you could use some company. That is probably the most depressing reason imaginable, though, given how this guy behaves, she's probably right. Now how about it? You're probably really lonely and would eat that awful cafeteria food all alone otherwise. Yeah. I'm kidding. Sure, I'll have your lunch offer, with pleasure. Let's go to the roof. The roof? Why the roof? Because that's where we eat lunch. Yes, chat, I said food instead of food. Mate, I've been talking for 3 hours. Give me a break. And if I don't get up there, then she'll probably wander off, and then I just know she'll go hungry, because she never packs a lunch for herself. Who will? Come with me. Without answering my questions or waiting for a response, she grabs me by the arm and drags me through the hallways. I attempt to make conversation on the way. Why do you have an extra lunch? Emmy smiles guiltily. One of the cripples didn't get noticed by the teachers, the other one who came in with you. We locked him in the cage. If I take extra lunch, no one knows we have him captured, and we still keep him alive by feeding him. Actually, it's yesterday's lunch. That's skanky as fuck. I slipped in a run at lunch and forgot to eat it. Methomaniac, I probably will do Life is Strange. I probably will do shit like Minecraft, Borderlands, the pre-sequel, all of that sort of story game shit. Huh? The stairway to the roof is a little dilapidated, but it's clearly been used recently. At the top of the stairs is a door, complete with missing padlock. I wonder who the intrepid individual was that removed the lock. No. Not Minecraft. You know the Telltale Minecraft story game, right? The story version. Emmy shoved the door open and steps beaming into the sunlight. Right. Suddenly, a tall dark stranger appears out of nowhere and stands imposingly in front of us. Emmy flinches back, almost falling back down the stairs. Eek. Hello. Well, we can see it's that Rin chick. Yipes, you scared me, Rin. It's time for the end. Wait, isn't she? Hello. Noticing that Rin is speaking to me, Emmy looks curiously at me. Press P to end it all. Razlo, I wish. You two know each other? Yeah, she almost killed me on my second day. I look confusedly at Emmy. She's that friend of yours. Rin has turned her gaze towards the clouds drifting above the school. I didn't know you knew this person, Emmy. Silence. The awkward silence lasts only for a few seconds until Emmy lets out a tiny giggle, shrugging the coincidence off. I invited Hiseo for lunch. If you know him, that's just better. Oh, does this mean I don't get food? Or did you invite him for lunch without the lunch? Neither. I have food for 3. Nice thinking. They walk to the other end of the roof, while I stay at the clock tower for a while, taking in the atmosphere. When does this game become an FPS? Soon, right? Yeah. Once you get pushed to the stress limit, it becomes a school shooting simulator. There is nobody else but us here. I guess the roof is not as popular as it is in other schools. Enjoy your week-old food. Exactly, Hannah. A few run-down benches and tables are scattered around the edges, perhaps in an attempt to make the rooftop look less desolate. The small pebbles covering the roof rattle beneath our feet. I peek through the chain-link fence to take a look at the school grounds and beyond. Students are strolling in pairs and groups around the quadrangle and at the cafeteria. A few delivery trucks are driving past the school towards the convenience store nearby. Somewhere, a watchdog barks at a passerby. Somehow, when I look toward the town centre, the small town feel strikes me very strongly, almost palpably. The hectic lifestyle of big metropolises seems so far away and foreign here. Nobody has to run to catch a bus like their life depended on it, or get their senses overloaded by the neon lights and traffic jams. I feel surprisingly optimistic about this new life of mine, looking at my new hometown, even if it's going to be mine for only 1 short year. Finding out about my illness and having to move away from home all came so suddenly. I haven't had time to think how I feel about it. Almost RIP. What's wrong? Did the stream go dodgy? When I step out of the shadow of the clock tower to the open, I feel warmth touching my back. The sun shines from a perfectly clear cerulean sky. A cool breeze sweeping over the rooftop makes me shiver, but only briefly. The wind carries the scent of trees and flowers, not smog and car exhaust like it used to just a few weeks ago. Emmy settles on a bench with a Rin in tow, and produces 1 big and 2 small lunchboxes from her bag. Who gets the big one? Better be me. Come on, Hiseo, what are you waiting for? She is beckoning me to join them, making room on the already small bench. I seat myself on the corner of the bench to take as little space as possible. It's pretty cramped, but somehow all 3 of us fit on it. Impressive view. Not really. Hang on. Rin's shirt is just skank. Anyway, never mind. Emmy suppresses a giggle and places a lunchbox in front of Rin, and hands another lunchbox to me. Yeah, but did we get the big one? Give her the hot Cosby, says Satanic Jesus. Which button do I press? I don't know all the keyboard shortcuts. Here you go. Lunch as promised. Homemade no less. I'm impressed. Wow. This looks really good. Thanks. I'm making myself what I can. Conversation dies off as I set about the business of feeding myself. Taking a few bites, I glance up and notice Rin deftly opening the lunchbox and popping a forkful of food into her mouth, only using only her feet. I could have continued, it doesn't change the meaning, but oh well. Even though I've seen it before, I can't help but be impressed at her dexterity. Imagine what she could do for me with those feet. It's also a reminder of the sort of place I am in right now. Will I ever get used to sights such as this? I can't decide if getting used to such a thing would be a good thing, or a bad thing either. Does getting used to this place mean that I'm giving up on being a normal person? Or does it just mean that I'm becoming more understanding about those around me? I'm distracted from my thoughts by the sight of Emmy tearing into her lunch as if it had insulted her ancestors. Check my food for date rape drugs, Opal Dragon, I'll be sure to. You seem pretty hungry. Emmy looks up, mouth half full, and swallows before nodding. My morning run always works up an appetite. See you, Liz, take it easy. Which is great, because then I burn through lunch pretty quick. Helps me keep my girlish figure. What would happen if you'd lose it? Would you become a man? Of course you would, that's how it works. I very nearly choke on my lunch trying not to laugh. It's not that funny. It's a figure of speech. Does your figure have to run in the mornings too? Do you always talk like this? Talk like what? Like what? Oh shit. The clone army. The feminist conspiracy is right. Hang on, wait. You enjoy the suffering of the streamer? I'm glad, Levitt. I think that answers my question. Never mind. So, I struggle to think of small talk and settle on the obvious question. How do you two meet? Rin seems content to let Emmy answer this question. Someone in the housing department thought that we'd complement each other well. I don't think you just put someone who has arms and no legs and someone who has legs and no arms together. I don't think that just works like that. Fuck's sake. Complement each other. Like shoes and a suit. That is objectification, clearly. Huh? Emmy giggles at my confusion. Put us together and we've got all our limbs. Get it? Ah. So I started helping Rin get ready in the mornings, and that was that. I mean, you can't help someone get dressed every morning and not get along. I see. Rin chooses this moment to interject. I have trouble with shirts. Right, that seems fairly obvious. Really? Kind of. Yeah, friend. This isn't helping, but at least Emmy seems to find the whole thing funny. That, combined with the fact that Rin is genuinely curious, makes me feel slightly better and yet confused. Glue their backs together and have it all. Right, Sabinal, that might work. I mean, you've got no arms, so putting on a shirt seems like one of those things that would be difficult. You know what? I'm going to just stop talking now. Does Emmy help Rin get off? Asks Pete the Cuban. I imagine so. It'll save me a lot of trouble in the long run. Rin nods in what I suspect is meant to be a sage manner. I see. The conversation dies as I turn my attention back to my lunch. It's really quite good. Emmy finishes her lunch first and makes a contented noise. Ah, that was good. As she busies herself with cleaning up her lunch, Rin speaks up. I'm thirsty. Oh, I almost forgot about that, sorry. With a flourish, she reaches into her bag and removes a trio of juice boxes. She tosses me one that appears to be cranberry juice, one to Rin that appears to be some kind of strawberry milk, complete with pink colour scheme. That is pretty sexist, and not really. To anyone who doesn't know me, I'm joking, and keeps an equally pink box of some kind of fruit punch for herself. Rin dexterously stabs her straw through the top of her box and begins to drink. She can use forks. Wait, so Patricia Pose says she can use forks but can't drink with her legs. Can you drink with your legs? Yeah, milk is not juice. Exactly, Luftwaffe. But it is in a juice box. I'm once again impressed by how flexible she is, but this time I keep my comment to myself and simply add the image to my wank bank for later. Somehow I don't think either Emmy or Rin are the sorts of people to think twice about the way they work around their particular disabilities. Rin especially so. Indeed, she gives off the impression of being entirely unaware that she's missing any limbs at all. Whether or not that's a conscious decision is another matter. I'm honestly not sure. So Hizeo, how do you like it up here? I guess, Janok, that's true. It's quite nice, actually. I like high places for the view. Thanks for inviting me up here. And for the lunch, too. Emmy grins a 1,000-watt grin, burning my eyeballs. Now I'm blind like Lily. Pleased by my response, I suppose. Up where? Duskwraith, we're on the roof. Feel free to eat with us next time too, okay? I won't make you a lunch, but you can bring your own up here. Why not? That's your place. No lunch service? I don't know. Emmy looks mock offended, trying to take advantage of my good nature. The nerve. She giggles. Well, if that's your answer, I guess Rin and I will just keep eating lunch all alone. I'm suddenly assaulted by the most heart-rending puppy dog eyes I've ever seen as Emmy pouts. It's just more freak eyes. It looks like there's blood in there as well. That doesn't look very healthy. Kidding. I was kidding. I'd love to eat lunch up here again. Good location, and the company's okay too. Emmy frowns a bit at my declaration of okay, but seems happy enough that I've accepted her invitation. I guess this makes us friends now, or at least acquaintances. The lunch bell rings, signaling a return downstairs. Rin, you didn't finish your lunch again. I wasn't that hungry. If you don't eat more, you're going to fade away. Good, I'm glad. Hope that happens. Rin shrugs, as if this is an acceptable risk. Come on, we'd better get going. The three of us head down the stairs together. Oi, it's too bong, says Lars. Gotta prepare your globber ropes for midday eating. Only 5 of Her Majesty's finest gold jangle discs. The afternoon class passes. Once again, I find myself without a plan for something to do after school, so I head to the library to return a couple of the books I finished reading. Walking inside, I see there are about as many students here as there were on Tuesday, all the more evident from the almost total silence enveloping the room. Fuck. As I drop the books I'd borrowed into the return slot on the counter, Yuko suddenly pops up from behind it, quite startled from the banging they make as they hit the trolley next to her. Sorry Yuko, didn't mean to startle you. No, that's fine. It happens a lot. I'm used to it by now. Can I help you? It's okay. I think I know where everything is. Thanks anyway. I suppose I'll grab another book or two while I'm here. There's not much else to do, and after reading so much during my stay in the hospital, it's become a hard habit to break. I wandered down to the fiction section towards the back of the library, scanning the bookshelves for anything that catches my eye. As I do, I look over to the corner where Hanukkah had been the last time I was here, not really expecting anything to come of it. Her disability is having fucked Kenji. What, Hanukkah? Lars. Did Lars say that? Yes, Lars said that. Surprisingly though, she's there, absorbed completely in a fairly thick book. I decided against intruding on her like last time, and get back to finding reading material. Time passes. After an indiscernible amount of time spent perusing the aisles, I finally decide on a couple of books to get, and slide them off the shelf. With a minimum of fuss, I quickly walk over to the counter, check out my books and pop them into my bag as I walk out. No, Kenji. No, Yuko. Right, I see. Thank you. Kenji fucked Kenji, asks Pellbox. Yes, says Hannah. I see. By the time I leave the main building, sunset isn't too far away. A small trickle of students remain, but the majority have left, presumably to their homes and dorms. I guess I need to buy some supplies. I can't live off cafeteria food and eating out for my entire stay here. As I leave for the gate, I make a few loud stretches to try and stave off the tiredness that's accumulated over the week. Oh no, there she is. After passing through and rounding the corner though, I see a solitary figure walking downhill toward the small town below. The colour of her hair and tapping of a cane are unmistakable. I quickly walk up to her, which seems to catch her attention without a word needing to be said. Hi Riri. She takes a moment to place the voice, slightly adjusting her head to face a bit more toward the direction, the source of my voice as she does even. I should stop trying to guess words. Izeo? Yep, that's me. That's me, Izeo. She seems to have a good memory for voices. The fact that she actually remembered is a pleasant surprise. Good evening. What brings you here? Once again, she gives a small polite bow, and once again, I reply in kind before realizing that I needn't do so. Just going into town. You? My, what a coincidence. Doing the same thing, eh? I usually go shopping on Fridays. She pauses for a moment, suddenly looking a little lost, because she's blind. That said, Hanukkah usually comes into town with me. Not lost but worried. The two do seem to keep pretty close tabs on one another. It's kind of surprising that Hanukkah would just forget Lily like that. I noticed her reading in the library. She probably just got caught up in a book. But today is Tuesday. Today isn't Tuesday. Yeah, you're right. I can't do any accent but my own. I can only do my own voice. She lets out a small sigh of relief. Thank you. She has a habit of doing that. Avid reader. Right. She doesn't like being around crowds of people, so reading away from everyone lets her relax a bit. Although she probably didn't intend it, I can't help but grimace as I recall my first meeting with her. Hardly wanting to bring it up, I remain silent as we quietly continue to walk down the quiet road. Tack, 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 tack. With the road bereft of cars and the students of Yamaku increasingly far behind us, the quiet rustling of the jimmies and the measured tapping of Riri's cane against the sidewalks are all that can be heard. Do my laugh, please. Say something that will make me laugh. It's kind of nice, especially compared to the hustle and bustle of where I used to live. Before I know it, I've relaxed so much that a loud yawn escapes before I can control it. Tired? Yeah, been running ragged these past few days. That's an understatement to be sure. Transferring into a different school would be bad enough, but nothing like this. Well, hopefully everything should settle down for you. The festival's got everyone in a spin right now, and you've been plopped right in the middle of things. For a moment fuck her, says CVK Paper. Not gonna happen. For a moment I hesitate, but given her apparent tolerance for frankness, I decided to give my full thoughts. Yo, you ugly as fuck. I guess. Yamaku's kinda different though. I mean, the formality surrounding everything, the isolation around it, not to mention the most obvious difference. It's kind of a whole different mindset. I suppose I'll get used to it though in time. Arch hippie. There's going to be something less weeb after this, but I need to get one run, just to say I've done it. She gives a matter-of-fact nod, apparently pleased with my answer. It feels almost as if she's included me in the flock of students she's shepherding, along with Class 3-2 and Hanukkah. Well, not that I mind. It's nice to get the thoughts off my chest in any case. Looking on the bright side, one could see it as a chance for a new beginning. You should cherish the ability to make new friends. And that's optimistic. Nonetheless, it's good to have a positive attitude about such things, I suppose. Yeah, exactly, Methomaniac. I guess that's a good take on it. Even Iseo agrees. More Catgirl, says Hannah. In February. The next one comes out in February. Walking on down the road, she seems to become somewhat unsettled. Before I can ask what's on her mind, she seems to collect herself and speaks up about something else. So, where in town were you going? That's actually a pretty good question. I'd come in to buy food, but the layout of the place is still totally foreign to me. I had intended to just wander around and see what I could find, but with sunset already approaching and nightfall not too far away, that doesn't seem very wise. I'm going to have to ask her for directions. Again. I was just going to get some food, but now that you mention it, I don't really know the way. Well now, this is quite lucky. I was just about to go to the convenience store myself. Looks like I'll be in your care again then, thanks. We can pretend she's our mommy. Together we walk to the store. My pace is carefully slowed to remain beside her. Compared to my usual walking pace, hers is quite a bit slower. Not that it's without reason. Why even say it? After what couldn't be more than several minutes, I catch sight of our objective. This town really is pretty small. Without further ado, we make our way inside with a greeting from the counter. Mind if I tag along with you? Usually Hanukkah would help me, but seeing as she's not here... It takes a moment before I realize... Yeah, Kill Note says, asking a blind girl for directions, you fucking beta. Pretty much. Considering she wouldn't be able to read any of the labels, shopping without any help would be a big pain for her. That said, I can't shake the feeling that she'd had this idea since I said I was coming here. Sure, it'd be my pleasure. Chimboza says, take Cripple-chan out to the 7-Eleven, hot date. Look, don't judge me. I grabbed 2 well-used red baskets from the small stack beside the entrance, handing one to Riri. Oh, shit, she's a bit too grateful. No, never mind. She lays it on the ground, putting her school bag in it, retracting her cane and sliding it through the basket's handles before picking it back up in her right hand. Wait, if she doesn't use her cane, she just fondles all the vegetables. She comes beside me and pinches the cuff of my uniform in her slender fingers. Felix Wonk says, buy a giant pack of condoms and tell her it's crackers. Is this alright? Sure. I have no reason not to accept. I can think of worse things than shopping with a pretty girl holding on to me, even if it is out of necessity. We're in Gunner. We're set up. We navigate our way through the store, with not one of the occasional passing customers seeming to bat an eyelid. Considering how close Yamaku is, I guess seeing students from there must be entirely normal for the local residents. As we reach each aisle, I quickly check with Lily and find out what she needs. I grab it, referring to Lily, along with what I'm looking for, and put our items into their respective baskets. I guess this is the same routine she and Hanako follow every Friday. Right, all that's left is the bread, and that should be my shopping done. Do you need anything else, Riri? Hey harmful you cunt, says Ibrox7. Hello Ibrox, how's it going? No, this should be everything. Off we go then. Right. With the quick side trip to the bakery section, we make our way to the registers. The line, thankfully, is almost non-existent. It's not long before we've both paid for our food and are out the door. As Riri retrieves her cane and extends it to full length, I waste a minute looking upward at the night sky while both holding our bags. For a moment I tried to make clouds with my breath. Idiot. But the summer's heat doesn't seem to go— oh no, I get what he was doing. Never mind, that was fine. Eventually she rights herself, taking a quick stretch before taking her bag and leaving me to my 2. Press B. It would be good if it worked. She's got enough. You tired as well? The festival preparations have been complete chaos. Shizanene breathing down my neck doesn't exactly help things either. Hey, she's only trying to get everything organized. Better now than later, right? Why am I defending her? I sided with Lily earlier. Am I ready for Lily's full length? Yes, Sky Glazer, I can handle it. I'm a big boy. I suppose. I'm going to enjoy relaxing in town tomorrow, that's for certain. I guess the festival preparations might be taking their toll on both of them. We walk out into the quiet street, talking between ourselves as we carry our bags of food and supplies from the store. Oh shit. Rich Sabino 95, thank you. Rich Sabino says, looks like she wants your harmful opinion. Doesn't matter whether she wants it or not, to be honest. Thank you, friend. Yeah, I already read that. Wait, what's that? I notice a very distinctive figure making its way towards us, silhouetted by the street lamps. It's an old hobo with a knife. For a second, I think it's another male student from my class, but as he, or should I say she, gets closer, I recognize her quickly. Rin? What are you doing out here so late? Rin. Riri perks her head, looking like she's trying to focus on listening more keenly. It suddenly comes to me that I should probably interpret the scene for her. It's Rin Tezuka, I think was her last name, from our school. She stiffens at the name, and gives a after she'd already extended to full length, of course, and gives a complicated-looking expression, something like a forced fusion of a composed smile and a painful cringe, called a sminge. Ah, I understand. I guess Riri knows Rin too. The armless cock-blocking wonder. Rin turns to look at us, looking terribly out of it. Terribly out of it, even. I'm not entirely sure if she recognizes either of us, or at least she doesn't acknowledge it if she does. She looks like a zombie, or a statue. A statue of a zombie. No, she doesn't, not in the slightest. But slowly, some symptoms of understanding seem to light in her dark eyes. This is something she must react to. Rin blinks once, very thoroughly. Hello.
Power is increasing.
Oh shit. Thank you, Kindrex LP. Kindrex LP says, hello to fellow brainheads and pervs. Thank you very much for that. What are you doing here this late? Silence. I was wondering about that myself too, just now. Some people asked that just before. I assumed they were wondering the same. I didn't know. They didn't know either. I asked. That's why I'm wondering. So that was pretty much it. It's a murder mystery without a murder. Silence. They were going that way. She turns facing to her right in order to demonstrate the direction the other people went to, as if that was important, then rotates back like a mechanical puppet in one of those overly complicated clockworks. For a person who gives an impression of being the quiet type, Rin really does use a lot of words to say things that don't need a lot to be said. Unsure if she's finished, I say nothing. Neither does Riri, who seems equally robbed of words for the time being. I think that both of us are in fact just scared that any response might provoke her to continue. Just duct tape her mouth. She can't stop us. Our stupefied lack of reaction doesn't faze her in at all. She keeps looking at us expectantly, a calm hint of expression on her blank face. She seems to be that kind of person, always so relaxed. As if bull elephant grade sedatives were flowing in her veins in the place of blood. Do you have amnesia? I don't recall you having anything of the sort, though. No, I don't think it's that. The other passers-by were probably just worried, though. You do look really lost, the way you're standing in the middle of the street. Like you're gonna get run down. Oh, I see. Maybe I should have taken some other kind of pose in that case. I ponder for a while whether I should chase this angle further, or give up for the sake of my own sanity. I decide on the latter. It seems that most of the time, it's better to not read too deeply into what Rin is babbling about. Talking with Rin is like playing chess with a supercomputer who does seemingly completely random moves as if to mock everything you know about chess. It's like that, except with human interaction. And even if I win, it feels like losing. Yes, we are indeed 30 minutes over time. Damn, it's just like Kenji said. Even when I win, I lose. Is this the power of the girls of Yamaku? Silence. I push the thought aside as too dangerous to consider further. It's probably just Kenji's anti-female propaganda getting to me during a moment of weakness. We've been corrupted, chat. He's gotten to us. Yeah, maybe taking another pose might have worked. So anyway, you have no idea what you're doing here. You can't be overtime when playing a masterpiece like this. She frowns. Says Jimbozo, by the way. She frowns, looking extremely displeased at either my question, its consequences, or the answer she's about to give. I do have some idea. I can't really tell what kind of an idea. That sounds like progress, at least. Lily sounds as if she spotted an opening with some kind of discernibly normal conversation. I can't say I share her optimism. Yes, there is some, definitely. The rest will come later. I'm sure of it. I always have. Reasons. The ensuing silence kills Lily's hopes all too visibly. That didn't last long. Rin's, as far as I can tell, unbased assurances aside, what should be done? We could just leave her to her own devices, whatever those are, but it's late, and I don't think we'll be getting any thanks if Rin is found standing here in the middle of the night. Can't wait for the cage fight between these two, says Flea Market. I think it would be better to have Emmy versus Rin. Which she probably will, unless she manages to remember what she was doing here in the first place. As for me trying to guess what might have been going on in her mind when she decided to embark on this adventure, the chances seem to be on par with winning the lottery. Several times in a row. Lily is oddly quiet too. I'd appreciate some support from the sidelines here, especially if she's more familiar with Rin than I am. She's gotta be. But it can't be helped. It seems her familiarity with Rin is exactly why she's staying subdued. So, I assume you were going somewhere, not coming back to the school. Any idea where? Isn't there a curfew? Her eyes widen in shock, and she jolts back in a somewhat artificial way, making it seem like an act rehearsed for situations like this. Are you a mind reader? Is that your disability? How unique. I thought Rin was a mind reader earlier. MGTOW by circumstance, says Absolution Dreams. You mean this guy? He can't make the right choices. Wait, do you count as MGTOW if you get cock-blocked? Opal Dragon 75, thank you very much for that. Opal Dragon hasn't given a message. But thank you. If you want me to say something in an intense voice, just tell me. See you, Lars, take it easy. No, what? Why would you think that? You knew what I was doing. It was just an educated guess. We walked this same street in the other direction just before, to get to the store. If you were going to school, we would have met you on the way. Oh. She looks a little disappointed. Like Kenji, Rin appears quick to jump to completely irrational conclusions. Maybe it's something in the water here. I'll make a mental note to stock up on soft drinks. You know what, that is the second time this week that someone asked if I was a mind reader. Do I really give off that impression? I know, Opal Dragon, that isn't something you have to say sorry for, it's just like, in case you wanted me to. Like, don't, you know, just making sure you know that option is there. Rin shrugs her shoulders, and thanks very much again, which is all the answer I get. You know, maybe you should come with us back to the school. Don't drink the water, they put something in to make you forget, I see. Lily interjects just as I'm about to further debunk my alleged mind-reading capabilities. She sounds rather concerned, the paper-thin smile on her face badly disguising that fact. Maybe she came to the same conclusion as I did. For everyone's sake, I decided to let the mind-reading topic drop, as it's entirely inane anyway. Yeah, Lily's right. If you can't remember, there's no point staying here. Radical feminism in the water, I see. Rin considers this rather simple deduction for a moment, then nods. It's what happens when Kenji has too much. It makes him afraid. Okay. Here we go. It's a bit spooky now, like I'm worried about wolves. We start towards the school again, having wasted way more time than necessary with this episode. Rin walks along the edge of the sidewalk in her arrhythmic way, like my heart, looking like a mix of sleepwalker and rope dancer, while Lily keeps one hand on my shoulder, tapping at the ground with her cane. Tap, step, step, tap, tap, step, step, step. Poetry. Apart from that and a few fragmented beginnings of conversation, it's quiet. A quiet quite apart from the relaxing one into town at that. So how's the mural going? We are going to get bad luck. Never talk about works in progress. I'm sure it'll be wonderful. Bad luck. Tap, step, tap, step. She doesn't care to talk about it. Lily's politeness feels out of place for the first time. Step, step, step. The hill Yamaku rests on top of is surprisingly steep, going uphill. His politeness feels out of place for the first time. Step, step, step. The hill Yamaku rests on top of is surprisingly steep, going uphill. We slow the pace, but I still feel my pulse rising and breathing getting heavier. Almost there. I can see the gates already. It's a metaphor for heaven. He's had a heart problem. More than that, though, I notice that Lily's hand slightly tightens on my shoulder, interpreting it as a gesture that she wants to ask something. I speak up. Dead? Alright, you're back. Yeah, sorry guys, the stream's gonna have, like, occasional little blips. It's just how my internet is. It should be back really fast anytime it happens. Right. Anything wrong, Lily? I resist the urge to say, aside from our travelling companion, oh shit, but only just. For a moment she seems to debate whether she should even bring it up, but goes for it anyway. She told you it would bring bad luck. Exactly, Eldasts. It did. Is everything alright? Alright, how do you mean? The fact I can't interpret her incredibly vague question puts her off for a second. Do I have talk like Teal'dir? Yes. What would it take? Shit's fired, says Winderley's. Jesus Christ. What would it take to get me to read a poem? There's a poem on my channel, If, by Rudyard Kipling. It's just, you seem unusually tired, I guess. Now that she brings it up, I notice that my breathing is strangely heavy. The uphill walk has really done a job on me. Right. Fuck you. I don't really want to talk about it, you piece of trash. I'm fine. There's nothing to worry about. The hill is just surprisingly steep, don't you think? I wonder what they have the school so high up here for anyway. Don't we have students in wheelchairs and everything? Indeed. You fuck. You done it. To what? Why? Why would I want to? I told you I don't like this trash. Lily's forehead wrinkles in concern, and I don't really want her to have that kind of an expression over me. We barely know each other. Ooh, 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. Right back. Yeah, my thoughts exactly. Not that you can find a place like this wherever, I guess, but it makes me wonder what they were thinking. IMAX and die. Is that like Netflix and chill, Hannah? My voice is overly calm. It sounds weird to my own ear, and I speak way too fast. I briefly wonder how much Lily can sense from someone's voice alone. Hack to this point. No, I'm going with this. Well, chat, honestly, chat, I had no idea what I was doing when I made that very quick choice, that I seemed to know exactly what I was doing on. I had no idea. Well, at least you saved it. What was that about saving? You mean... What, chat? You mean a save like that? Like an overwrite? You mean save like that, right? Let's continue. We're almost there anyway. For the rest of the way back to the school, we we all remain silent. Whoops, what a terrible mistake I made. Oh. Okay. Whoops. The students rolled into class for the Saturday morning session, each and every one of them sporting the tired eyes of people who have worked through the night. With only a day left to prepare, I suppose it's not so surprising. Thankfully, we only have to suffer through classes until the lunch break, and then our time is our own. Mewtwo lurches into class in a tired stagger. I guess he had his way with Kenji. I suppose students aren't the only people here that enjoy their late Friday nights. Without saying a word, he scrolls some page and question numbers on the board and slumps down at his desk. I got you, chat. I know some of you knew what was fucking happening. But I got fucking some of you. Right. It's completely atypical behavior for him, but it appears that no one in the class is going to call him out on it. Right. Something. Wordlessly, the students shuffle their textbooks into position and get to work. I wish I'd been recording the chat. Not wanting to break the trend, I do the same. Fatigue has made the class antisocial. Not a peep is heard among the ruffling papers. Like, guys, that first Cripples and Chill video I made, the first notice, that's music at the beginning. That's a recording from like a year and a half ago of me playing that on ukulele. I know what I was doing. Right. Woo. That can partly be attributed to the two empty seats beside me. For some reason, Misha and Shiz and Nene aren't present, probably doing council work for the festival. It's very quiet without Misha present. The noisy retard. I wonder if she was born as rowdy as she is, or if she is making up for Shiz and Nene's lack of voice. Oh, that's really good, Stewie. Thank you. Nakai, can I speak to you for a moment? I'm so engrossed in thinking about Misha that I don't even notice Mewtwo approaching my desk, ready with a smash attack. Sure, what's this about? It's probably better if we speak outside the classroom. We don't want any witnesses. Something about this doesn't sound too good, but yeah, it doesn't, does it? But I stand up and follow him out into the hallway. Mewtwo stands in the hallway, scratching his head as he works out what he is trying to say. Not knowing what is going on, I wait silently. So tell me, how are things? Things? I expected Mewtwo to be a little vague, but this is pushing the limits. You know, things. You've had a week to settle in now, so how are things? You gotten any action, buddy? Fine, I guess. I see. And how is your condition? Sorry, still a virgin. The pause before condition seemed a little unnecessary. What the fuck is in his pocket? Yeah, exactly, right? Haven't had any problems so far. A brief shimmer of relief passes across Mewtwo's face. Good, that's good. The school nurse was a little concerned that you might have been pushing yourself a bit too hard. He asked me to keep an eye on you when he couldn't. That makes sense. I'd ask that you don't blow us off so freely. At least make us charge. As much as we try to give you the level of education that you would get at a normal school, you have to realize that you have limits. Our goal is to make sure that you know what where those limits are, and how to maximize your potential within them. Do you follow me? Thank you, Maraxian. Maraxian says, Kenji dicks you, with a dick emote. Or emoji. I guess. I mean, I don't plan on doing anything stupid. Well, that's a start, I guess. So then, On to my next question. How are you finding your studies? I understand you were laid up for a while. We're not too far ahead, are we? I don't really think so. I tried to keep up when I was in the hospital, so it hasn't been too hard. Mewtwo taps his chin and raises an eyebrow as he absorbs this information. Is that so? I suppose there are still students out there who realize the importance of learning. I wouldn't go that far. I was only trying to keep myself occupied in my little life support prison. Well, yeah. You got to keep up with these things, right? That's exactly it. One wrong move in this world and you're left behind, right? Oh, right. Wouldn't want that to happen. No, you wouldn't. Every week there's a new scientific discovery. Most of them mean nothing to the layperson, but any one of them could be the key to the next big thing. I'll keep that in mind. It's obvious that Mewtwo's serious talk is over, and he's gone back to his standard, slightly scatterbrained approach to life. I think, in hindsight, that I prefer him this way. He's slightly more predictable in his unpredictability. Fucking MGTOW Mewtwo, who knew? Said Patricia Pose. Well then, I think that's all I really had to say. Let's get back inside, shall we? My relief at that suggestion is insurmountable. What even is this game, says Dead Cheese. It's Katawa Shoujo, and I won. I got the Sargon Potter ending. Sure, you're the boss, right? Mewtwo pauses for a moment. I don't think any of my students have ever said that to me before. For an instant I considered replying to this, but something deep within me tells me to shut my mouth and get back into the classroom. A few of the students jump at the sound of the door, rapidly trying to pretend that they are working on the questions on the board. Some don't even bother, their heads slumped on the desk as they nap. Thankfully, it would appear that Mewtwo does not even notice them. He returns, yes, Sargon Potter, Gunner. You haven't seen him yet. He returns to his desk and retrieves a scientific journal from one of the drawers. I guess I got him there. Wait, what the I guess I got to him there. Wait, have I missed context? Never mind. The class returns to the near silence that Mewtwo and I left in before our chat. Mixed feelings of tiredness and anticipation buzz around the room. Everyone here is either waiting for a chance to rest or the chance to get their last-minute preparations underway. The clock on the wall slowly ticks the remaining class time away, until finally the bells cry out, ending the torment. Before you all leave, I expect the answers for those problems by Monday. Bong 30, says Toolboxio, indeed. The class sighs as one, collectivism. Instantly regretting slacking off, but still acutely aware of the more pressing issues at hand. The classroom empties in a blink as everyone rushes to their last-minute festival preparations. I stay behind and try to quickly finish the questions so I don't have to bother with it over the rest of the weekend, with the festival and all tomorrow. Go away, bacon bits. Apart from me, Hanukkah is the only one left, obviously waiting for Lily. It's weird that Lily comes all the way to our classroom to pick her up. I expect that moving around is at least nominally harder for her than it is to Hanako. My voice is all dry. We'll make it to the end though. I think we'll be able to finish it. But it's none of my business, and I naturally don't ask about it from Hanako. Despite the relative proximity of our seats, again, no one speaks like that. Neither tries to strike up a conversation about that or anything else either, so an oppressive silence falls upon the classroom. Typical of school. Time passes in silence. It's probably just 15 minutes or so, but it feels longer. I turn pages of my notebook. Hanukkah turns pages of the novel she's reading. My pencil lead splinters against the paper, just when I was about to finish a paragraph. The sound of my irritated sigh and subsequent fumbling around for a sharpener feel like they're breaking the mood in the classroom. Hanukkah keeps her eyes firmly away from my direction. Before long, Lily's tall figure appears in the doorway. Hanako, Her name is all it takes to make Hanako jump up from her desk and run to Lily. They talk quietly for a moment, but it isn't long before Lily leaves down the hall and Hanako idles back into the classroom, taking her seat once again. I watch Hanako out of the corner of my eye, out of sheer curiosity at the idea that the two would be separated. Finally, we can get her. For a couple of minutes, she does nothing but sit with her chin in her hand, staring at the desk dejectedly. No, I'm saying Hanako on purpose. Oh wait, sometimes I say Hanako accidentally. The boredom evidently becomes too much for her, like it did for me. But I want to finish this, on stream at least once. Her slender frame reaching into her bag and pulling out a small book. Come to think of it, that isn't the one I saw her reading at the library. She must be quite a fast reader to get through them at this rate. After about 10 minutes of restlessly shuffling in her seat and trying to read, Hanako closes her book and leaves too. As should I, since the assignment is all but finished and there is nothing else to do in the classroom. Not really feeling energetic. Yeah, Jimboza. You should be really excited, we're going to sleep with the girl soon. Not really feeling energetic, I just go straight to my room and read for the rest of the day. Here we go. It's the festival day! Are you excited? Everyone gets laid on the festival day. Are you prepared? The next day, I wake up feeling a little lightheaded. It's almost noon already. Sleeping late is fine, since it's a Sunday, and there are no classes. Not just a Sunday though, but the festival as well. From my window, I can already see some people at the soba booth slinging noodles onto plates for people with a craving for low-quality food. I throw back a handful of my morning meds and ponder how to spend the day. Not his morning meds, just a handful of whatever shit he takes in the morning, thoughtlessly. He could overdose, doesn't matter. Whiskey and red pills, a toxic combination, right reckoning. There will be a few exams in the coming week, but I don't consider those as ominous as others, so I'm not as worried about them as I probably should be. With no urgent obligations regarding education, I should be free to spend the day at the festival as I like. Finishing my morning routine, I exit into the hallway, intending to go out and find something to eat. Passing by his door, I decide to see what Kenji's up to today out of impulse. I'm curious if he has any plans, since everyone is doing something. What am I watching? Asks Rasta Fuai. You're watching the end of a visual novel, my friend. Stick by, it's going to be good. Then again, I can picture him having built a soundproof shelter in his room. Or possibly something like a fort, complete with no girls allowed sign, #Gamergate, and with the girls crossed out and body crudely scrawled underneath it. Knocking on his door, which is luckily devoid of any kind of sign, I hear again the unsettling clicking of at least 10 locks being pulled back. The door opens up a crack. Who is it? You're supposed to ask that before you open the door. Oh, it's you. Damn, it's early. It's not really that early. What is it, man? Nothing. Was just gonna ask what you're gonna do today. Half the school is out there already. Out where? Why? He asks furiously. What? Slamming his arms on the table. What? Is today special? Why are they there? Who are? I can hear them. It's loud. Don't tell me. Has the invasion begun? He suddenly looks more alarmed. He looks less alarmed now. What day is it, man? Yeah, I guess you can't see the big wooden booths outside, and people selling stuff. What the hell are you talking about? I have my curtains closed at all times to thwart the snipers. It's the festival. You know that, right? You helped make one of the signs. Oh shit, that's today. Oh, damn. Oh, damn it. I can't believe I forgot. I don't have my fort finished yet. This is bad. This is going to be a very bad day. You're going to have a bad time. It's good you told me this, man. This is going to be a bad day. Why? Oh man, they're going to be everywhere. The people outside my window, socializing. That's basically socialism. Kenji rubs his temples nervously, suddenly looking very ill. It's going to be loud as hell. Damn, and I was going to go out today, but now it's ruined. Everything is ruined. This is awful. This sucks. This sucks. What the hell? This really sucks. I can't go anywhere now. There's nowhere to run. Kenji seems nervous. You could even say he's majorly freaking out. I can't believe this. So that's what today was. Damn, and I couldn't even prepare for it. I couldn't even brace myself, and now it's here, and I can't do anything. You should have told me this earlier, dude. I mean, at least, I know, but I could have known earlier. Imagine what I could have accomplished. Sorry, I thought you knew. So I guess you're not going to do anything today. The weather is even good. Yesterday was really windy, so I thought today would be cold. It's not, though, so there's no reason to just stay inside. Yeah, you should check the festival out. Kenji groans and covers his face with his hands. No, I can't do it. They'll eat me alive out there. I know it. You're an MRA, Harry. That has to be a joke, but he said it with such a straight face. Relatively straight. Relatively straight indeed. What are you going to do? We should hang out in here. You can help me build my fort. We might still make it if we work together. What am I going to do? I don't have any plans. In hindsight, that's really stupid. Maybe I should have asked a girl out. Then again, all things considered, I don't think I could have done anything like that. It's only my first week. A week that I have wasted being awkward around almost everyone, stumbling all over myself trying to get the hang of this place. Thinking about it, what have I accomplished? Who would I have even asked? Damn, it seems that Kenji is my only realistic option for a date today. There we go. This is the most depressing thing that has happened to me since I had a heart attack because a girl confessed her love to me. If girls confessing their love to you gets you killed, don't make that happen. It can't be helped. I don't know, really. I don't have anything, I guess, but a fort seems a bit excessive. You sure you don't want to go outside? It's not like visitors won't come to the dorms today. He looks thunderstruck by this revelation. Hey, you may have a point. This place is not safe today. We must find somewhere to hide in. He falls silent for a moment, thinking. The roof. What about it? We are going to hide out on the roof for today. It's the perfect place. Nobody ever goes up there. Meet me there in 1 hour. I have to prepare. Shit. He slams the door shut and the locks click closed. Damn, what the hell is wrong with Kenji? And to think I'm now going along with his craziness, it really makes me depressed. I feel like a failure. Once I step outside, the din of the crowd greets me. The whole school is bustling with activity. There are stalls everywhere, and the crowd swarming between them is considerable. I didn't expect the festival would attract so many visitors. I have to admit that the people in charge of decorating the place put a lot of effort in. People seem to be enjoying themselves, and the atmosphere is colourful, bright, and happy. You ready for this, chat? You fucking ready? The sad music is coming. That is, if I weren't suddenly in such a foul mood. At the moment, it's more annoying than anything else. Well, it can't be helped. I decide to stick with my original plan to eat, then I guess I have to at least see what Kenji is up to on the roof. I do a slow circle around the grounds to kill some time, looking at the stalls, but not feeling like playing any of the games anymore. The garish colours grind my eyes, and I feel more and more ill by the minute. I can't even decide what I want to eat, and the large selection combined with the masses of energetic festival visitors isn't helping. I just head towards the nearest stall that seems to offer something halfway edible and get in line. It turns out to be noodles. It also turns out to be not very good. Well, at least it's nourishment. It's not like I demand anything else at this point. As I stir my disagreeable noodles, I idly wonder what the others are doing right now. Shizunene and Misha are definitely somewhere organising things. I'd better steer clear of them. I guess they wouldn't forgive me so easily for leaving them alone with this thing. I expect Emmy to be buzzing all over the place, being depressingly cheerful. There's no chance to find her, but no chance to avoid her either, so it doesn't matter. Lily would probably be helping her class with that festival event, and entirely too busy for another's company. Hanukkah wouldn't want to talk to anyone anyway, either keeping to herself or helping Lily. Rin should be tending to a mural and is probably being unhelpful to any hypothetical interested parties. Going there for some peace and quiet seems like the nicest option of the above, but then again, I can't see having art forced on me raising my mood either, so I'll pass. While I was lost in thought, my food seemed to have disappeared, and so has my hunger. I guess I just blocked out the experience of eating, which should be a good thing. Satiated but unsatisfied, I turned to walk towards the main school building. An hour is almost past already. The crowd is even thicker in here than it was outside. The hallways are almost unbearable. I wish I had a gun, and I don't even dare to think what it's like outside the classrooms. I head up the stairs to my destination. The roof. My whole life is just cold, bitter hatred. I just fucking hate this world, and the human worms feeding on its corpse. Thankfully, the door at the top isn't locked, but now there's a handwritten sign on it. Off limits. Fuck the police. Don't mind if I don't. The festival noise is surprisingly muted up here, and the rooftop looks deserted as expected. Near a place where the cyclone fence has collapsed, there is a pile of blankets that seems oddly out of place. Wait. Did that pile just move a little? He says, touching his ass. That would be strange, as there is no wind at all. My name is not important. No. I carefully stick my hand out and give it an experimental prod. Yes, Hizeo likes to give boys experimental prods, doesn't he? Fuck. Ah! Startled, I jump back. Who is it? God damn it, Genji, it's me! Oh damn, you scared me, man. So what are we doing up here? We're having a picnic. What? Yeah, I have blankets, pretzels and whiskey. This is the ultimate setup, man. Whiskey? Aren't you a bit too young to drink alcohol? I'm 20, you know. Oh god, are we about to be diddled? I need to stop pretending not to know what happens, because I do. You're not. I am, and so are you. What? That's absurd. Hey, at least you get something out of it. All I get is this bottle of whiskey. He's rambling incoherently, but I decide to play along. What if Kenji's disability is alcoholism? So why do you have a bottle of whiskey? My mom couldn't come visit for the festival, so she sent me some expensive single malt instead. It's Stephanie indeed. A likely story. Want some? Silence. It's not like I have anything to lose. This day can't possibly get worse. Why not? Here we go, friends. We sit down on the pile of blankets Kenji apparently dragged up here. He produces an almost full bottle of whiskey and passes it to me. You didn't even bring glasses. No, this is not some romantic princess picnic. What the hell, man? This is a manly picnic. No glasses. No napkins. Whiskey only. The beverage of true men. Whatever. And pretzels. I take a closer look at the bottle. 12-year-old single malt whiskey, as he said. Shrugging my shoulders, I take a swig. It burns my throat like acid, but the taste isn't unpleasant. I feel it going straight into my head. Yeah, that's what happens when you put things in your mouth. And the aftertaste lingers in the back of my mouth, craving for another swig. We should outline our counter-offensive and trash-talk women here, where they can't hear us. Damn, I forgot to bring my graphs. I decide to play a drinking game with myself. Every time Kenji mentions female conspiracy, I'll take a swig. 4 or 5 hours, or possibly several days later, I lost track. Here we are, bros. This is the end. You shouldn't feel bad, man. Ease the fuck up. Seriously, seriously. I am relaxed, god damn it. I'm telling it as I say it. Think about it. When did housing and land start becoming more and more expensive? When women began entering the workforce, because it created 2-income nuclear families. Yeah, I forgot my graphs, but... And you'll just have to take my word for it. Women are connected to the decay of all society. I say, that is kind of hard to believe. Even if I say that somehow, everything Kenji says seems to make more sense now. It all fits together, but I don't know if it's because he can explain things more clearly when drunk, or because I understand everything better when drunk. No, man, think of the deeper implications. People could afford to start saying, oh well, since 2 members of the family are now earning money as opposed to 1, they can surely afford something like rising costs of ownership. I see your point, but land in Japan has always been expensive. And the price of land generally goes up when a country starts undergoing industrialization. But no, it's because of women. Correlation equals causation, you know. I thought correlation didn't equal causation. Well, whatever, maybe you're right. I'm always right. Yeah, I bet women created industrialization too, to cover their tracks. How diabolical. So yeah, everyone can go fuck themselves. He stands up, impressing me because I'm fairly sure I couldn't even if I wanted to. He yells extremely loudly, as if he's lost the concept of volume. I wince and almost want to cover my ears. Ah, how nice it would have been if I could have been down there. But no. You see, thinking like that is a trap. You think you're missing out on something, but at the end of the road, nothing but despair. Kenji snatches back the bottle and leans back his head, attempting to pour the alcohol into his mouth, but just ends up drenching himself in it. Damn it! See, my aim is terrible, and the bad thing about drinking is that it only gets worse the longer you go. Today is the day of despair. His voice immediately drops to almost a whisper, but he starts talking much faster than before, slightly slurring his words from the whiskey. As he talks, he waves the bottle around, spilling some of it here and there. Yeah, you know what was the most shocking event of my life? I have a hazy recollection of him telling about the second most shocking event in his life, which was a bird pooping on his head. I don't have particularly great expectations of this, but I nod at him to continue anyway. He wouldn't even think it, but I had a girlfriend here once. I think it was last year. Yeah, I just blew your mind, huh? See, I have never told that to anyone. It's true. The thought does blow my mind. Suddenly, I want the bottle. I take it from Kenji and knock back as much as I can. I was more innocent back then, and I thought she was sane, unlike most women. But then one day we engaged in sexual intercourse. It was pretty okay, but then immediately following the event, that is the point of all such things, something strange and scary happened. He throws himself up against the fence, leaning on it, his eyes narrowed. I started feeling incredibly tired and sleepy. That is normal, man. What the fuck? I mean, normally, that would be a high-tension, adrenaline-pumping moment of anyone's life, but my energy levels were dropping like a brick. Something sinister was in the works. I could feel it. That's when I knew that women are dangerous, sapping the life force of all men through the one commodity that is almost solely theirs to control. Sickening. Yeah, you're better off, dude. Kenji was right. This really is the day of despair. I drink more to avoid having to process what he just said. Now, I am the last sane man in an insane world. When other people realize it, there will be a war. A great war between men and the forces of feminism. But the problem is that not all men would fight on my side. Shit sucks. I could set the bar kinda low, any men are fine. But not the dude raised by their mom or their sister, that's for sure. And nobody into dick girl porn. That situation seems unlikely to me. Like it wouldn't happen, like it's not very likely to happen. The alcohol must be working. And this war is called Gamergate, says Darmstadty. Regardless, I still feel depressed that I'm up here today. I wasn't really looking forward to the festival with the same excitement as the rest of the school, but still. It would have been nice to have gone with someone. From up here, it certainly sounded like everyone's having fun. Maybe I am missing out. It's just that there was no one I could have gone with. Or maybe there was. So many opportunities, looking back on it now. And I must have squandered so many of them. Damn, this is true despair. The worst part is that sometimes I feel like I have no choices in my life. You know? Like, I never had a chance to make a decision. Shit just happens. Like it was all pre-programmed, like fate or something. Like there's no way I can have a say in what I do. Quick, ask me a question. Now. I can't really. See, this is just another example of it. Damn shit, damn. Do you see? And now, when I'm trying to go against my destiny and take charge of my life, the opportunity isn't even there. Damn, man, you failed me. Failed me for the last time, jerk. He slides to his knees and then falls over onto his side, lying on the gravel of the roof. Hey, are you okay? No, I'm not okay. Can't you see I'm in despair? He's speaking in a sarcastic tone. Suddenly, Kenji sits up, clumsily pats himself clean, and puts his hand out towards me to reach for the bottle. I put it in his hand. What the hell? Damn, you killed almost the entire bottle. See, it's like I have no options in life. Is this how it's going to be for the rest of time? Well, I'm pretty sure it's not going to have to be like that for the rest of time. Whatever he's talking about, my head is spinning. I get up and lean against the fence, hoping it'll help me focus a little. Yeah, I know. We have to fight the power with all we got. It's the only way to live. You're an alright guy. This brotherly bond is what keeps me going in these dark times. We should go trolling women. Rolling women? What? Trolling women. Trolling for women. But we have to do it now before I lose this alcohol-related courage. He's gesturing wildly. Madly, even. I take a step backward. He takes a step forward. What's the matter with you? Not in the mood for love? To be frank, no. I take another step backward. He takes another step forward. He leans in extremely, uncomfortably close. What the hell? Stop leaning in like that. It bothers me, man. Leaning in like what? Hey, You shouldn't lean against the face like that. It's kind of unsafe. I try to move away from Kenji, but my balance isn't so good. Reeling from the dizziness, I grab at one of the fence posts, but then feel it give away as soon as I put my weight on it. This isn't good, though my alcohol-addled brain doesn't seem to be quite capable of registering why. Kenji's face seems to be becoming smaller though, which is a bit of a relief. Much smaller in fact, and rapidly so. There seems to be a bit of wind now. Somehow it makes me feel almost weightless. I feel dazed, like my mind has gone blank. I am falling? I can see the night sky as I turn over in the air. The bottle floats out of my fingertips and disappears into thin air as I fall. I realize that this is the fitting end to a truly, truly bad day. We did it! We did it, Reddit. And then they extracted his brain, and that's how you end up with the harmful opinion spreading brain. There you go. And that was Katawa Shoujo. There you go, friends. How was that for a stream? I hope you folks had a good time. For real, that is the end of the stream now. And we never have to do Katawa Shoujo again. I guess I'll just have to fuck a cripple in real life. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the cripples bite.